welcome to the Monday, August 21st, 2023 meeting of the City of Tullahoma Planning Commission. At this time, I am calling this meeting to order. In the determination of a quorum, we have all present except for Ms. Almacher, who is absent. So being that we have six present, we do have a quorum. And at this time, I'd like to ask everyone to rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Moving on, read and approve the minutes from the regularly scheduled Planning Commission meeting held July 17th, 2023. Do I have a motion? Motion from Mr. Berry, seconded from Mr. Sellers. Any discussion on the agenda? Seeing none. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, and that's 6-0. All right, moving on to general public comments on items not on the agenda. At this time, I'd welcome anyone to come forward, state your name and address, and address any issues that are not on the agenda. Your time will be limited to 3 minutes. If anyone would like to come forward.
Hi, Chuck Dean, 419 Albemarle Drive. I sometimes notice a reticence for the Planning Commission to exercise the authority you have in deference to a planning staff report, or the perception that if a project meets a minimum standard, it must be allowed regardless of the effect that it has on an existing residence or neighborhood. In my research of the statutes and ordinances which this commission operates under, I would like to address how you clearly have the authority to be flexible in your decision-making process. As per Tennessee Code 13-4-103, the Planning Commission may make recommendations relating to the plan and development of the municipality, and the Commission shall have powers as may be necessary to enable it to perform its purposes and promote municipal planning. Tullahoma Municipal Code Section 14-104 states, the Planning Commission may promote or assist in the promotion of any project relative to the welfare of the community. Specific to the review of any development plat, Tullahoma Subdivision Regulations 2-7.5 states, the Commission may specify conditions, changes, modifications, or additions that it deems necessary or appropriate. Per these state and municipal codes and ordinances, the Planning Commission has the authority to promote any project relative to the welfare of the community. These communities certainly include existing neighborhoods which border or are in close proximity to proposed development. Further, the Planning Commission has the authority to specify conditions, changes, modifications, or additions that it deems appropriate. The term appropriate allows for judgment in the determinations made by the Planning Commission. For example, such judgment can be used in determining requirements of lot sizes and lot density in a designated zoning district, anywhere between the minimum and maximum of that zoning district. Judgment may also be used in requiring a published professional engineer's report prior to the approval of a preliminary plat. I ask that as you review the items on tonight's agenda and on future agendas, you be mindful of the flexibility you have in the authority to specify changes or modifications. And you keep in mind the welfare of the surrounding communities and what is appropriate for those communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dean.
Would it be okay to ask the attorney a question?
Is it specific to Mr. Dean's?
Yeah.
I think that's appropriate.
Attorney Worsham, just for some clarification on that, and I ask because there is a lot on the agenda tonight, and I think that we all may have some of these questions. So, one, for example, one of the examples was we have the ability to say, hey, the minimum lot size is between 12, but no greater than, say, 2 acres, right? if a developer turns something in and says, hey, we're going to do it with this minimum lot size, does this board have the authority to say, no, we want you to do it larger, or a number between that? If I'm interpreting what was said correctly, is that really a range for us to make a determination, or for the developer to say it has to be between 12,000 and, say, an acre?
I, of course, wasn't gifted with the research that Mr. Dean has done beforehand, so it's difficult for me to comment on things I haven't read before. But based on what I heard and what I believe to be true, you do have some latitude in making decisions such as that in terms of what you think are in the best interest of the development of the community. So that even though the proposal does meet our minimum standards, if you don't believe this in the best interest of the community for the reasons that you will state and articulate, perhaps you do have some latitude to do that.
So as long as we state that.
You've got to have valid reasons, and then, of course, a court will then determine whether or not your reasons were valid for making the change that you suggest. But I think that part of the Planning Commission's function is to suggest things that are in the best interest of the development of our community. So I think you do have latitude. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. All right. Anyone else from the public with items not on the agenda? Sir, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. My name is Herman Kubitz, 409 Albemarle, Tullahoma. I'm here today to express my concern for the stormwater drainage for the proposed Short Springs development. I've lived at Macon Manor for 11 years, and I have a drainage easement in my backyard which moves the stormwater out of our neighborhood. I'm worried that the stormwater runoff from the new development will enter Macon Manor or restrict the flow of the water leaving our neighborhood, causing flooding and property damage. The reason for my concern is the proposed density of the new neighborhood. Currently, there's 50 acres of farmland, and pretty soon most of it will be concrete and asphalt, which will generate a sizable stormwater runoff. I just ask for your careful consideration of this and for the benefit of surrounding neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, anyone else? Just a reminder that this is for items not on the agenda.
I just want to clarify, the Summerlin project is on the agenda, right? So this does not, this
Yes, the Summerlin is.
It's not. It's on the agenda. Just want to make sure.
Ms. Burke.
My name's Maureen Burke. I'm at 107 Breckenridge Road, Tullahoma. So I sent these comments to you beforehand. I didn't think I could make it, but I was able to get here. So I'm presenting my comments not as a critique, but as a citizen who wishes to participate in our representative government process. Thank all of you for volunteering, as you know you do, to serve on this planning commission. I hope you will represent the citizens of Tullahoma when you're making your decisions. The planning commission plays a very important role in our city. With my credentials as a registered professional civil engineer and having experience in public works, I interviewed with the mayor for a position on this commission. However, I had to withdraw my application due to a conflict that would have not permitted me to give the attention that was required for the duties to serve. I understand that the role of the Planning Commission is not well defined in Tullahoma, but just some of those responsibilities in the neighboring city of Manchester are as follows. 1, enhancing the character and stability of residential, business, commercial, and industrial areas. 2, preventing the overcrowding of land. 3, conserving the value of land and buildings. 4, minimizing traffic hazard and congestions. 5, preventing undue concentration of population. 6, providing for adequate light, air, privacy, and sanitation. 7, reducing hazards from fire, flood, and other dangers. And 8, encouraging the most appropriate uses of land. Along with those responsibilities should be considered the best interest of current residents. I appreciate what the city attorney said, and I believe the Planning Commission has an obligation to exercise due diligence in approving plans, especially with regard to the impact on our city and on our citizens. The agenda for tonight includes approval of over 1,000 housing units, which is at least 20 to 30% of an increase in population if we consider 2 to 3 people per unit. The questions to the Planning Commission are: 1, have you performed your due diligence by requiring and reviewing studies to ensure that all infrastructure concerns have been addressed, including storm drainage, traffic, environmental impact, school capacity, roadways, and other infrastructures? And who will pay for such infrastructure improvements? Does approval of these subdivisions and PUDs demonstrate responsible growth for our city? Have you considered the best interests of Tullahoma by first considering existing residents? In my opinion, the city officials should wait to approve any subdivisions or PUDs until Tullahoma has a plan. The citizens spoke last year about the concern for rapid and unplanned growth, which is why the 2040 plan for Tullahoma is still in progress. We all know that Tullahoma has a storm drainage issue because it's mostly flat. That has always been an issue that engineers have faced. Yet no storm drain studies have been requested for any of the preliminary approvals, and waiting for final plans is too late. Another adjacent city, Shelbyville, has put a moratorium on
Mr. Chairman?
all subdivisions, and I recommended the same for
I'd like to
Tullahoma.
make a motion that we waive time requirements tonight because there's a lot of people that are going to have a lot of comments about.
I had one more sentence.
I'll second
Within limitation.
with the caveat of be respectful
Yeah.
of everyone else's time.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe not set aside, maybe extend it by 2.
Let's not go to, how about 10 minutes?
Jeez.
I don't think everybody's going to speak that long, but 5 minutes? Okay, we'll go to 5. We'll start there.
Okay.
Motion to extend by 2 minutes.
Second.
Seconded by Daniel. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Nay.
Thank you. Another city, adjacent city, Shelbyville, has put a moratorium on approving any subdivisions that's over 5 homes and PUDs for 6 months until they revisit subdivision regulations and the zoning ordinance. I have an article here if you are interested. And I was wondering if anyone here has spoken to the Shelbyville Planning Commission to understand the issues they have. I think Tullahoma could be a great destination town, highlighting its history and the features that surround it while maintaining its small town attractiveness. But instead, we are operating without a vision. It seems like developers, along with the city planners, are all about building houses as fast as they can without requiring studies or planning for growth. What kind of quality can that provide? Tullahoma should grow organically because it is a place where people want to live. Good planning is essential for the long-term benefit of the city and those who reside here. I ask the Planning Commission as well as the local developers of our town, what kind of legacy do you want to leave for future generations? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burke.
I'm Patricia Reed at Forest Drive, 808 Forest Drive, Tullahoma. I'm really concerned with the zoning process that seems to be in effect. I'm not sure I have everything exactly right, but my understanding is that this committee would have final decision over subdivision decisions. I just wanted to point out that it is really strange that all of a sudden the agricultural has now become the R1. That's for all residences. And that and when they, I know they've applied, but when they are get their application for an R1, then if there is somebody who wants to do a subdivision out of what has formerly been that agricultural area, or basically a PUD, then what is left? Where is our R1 zoning for our houses individually? It would seem that if anybody wanted to buy them up in quantity, that could be decided by this board, that it would be it could be a subdivision. And then this is not an elected board, and then the citizens have lost their zoning, basically. I'm just wondering what's happening to private property with this system. And it seems to me that there should be, we need to take another look at zoning and make sure it's by elected officials that the final plans are. We should require plans for details and quality of work before anything is done at all. And Tullahoma has so much to offer if we just had a united vision for where we were going. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed.
Clarification on that real quick. Just as a point of clarification on the zoning, so that people do know, is this board makes a recommendation up or down to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen on all zoning requests. And so a property cannot be rezoned without 2 votes from the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, because zoning is an actual ordinance change that gets recorded. Subdivisions, once something is already zoned by the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, the subdivision requests come to this board because the Board of Mayor and Aldermen has already rezoned it to whatever it needs to be. But this board alone is not able to rezone property on its own. It requires the elected officials to change the laws to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. All right, anyone else?
I would like to remind the board that we lose Scott St. John at 5. So if you want to hear from our city engineer.
All right, thank you. Here, go ahead and then we'll address that, Mr. Rush.
I'll be short. My name is Jim Lawson. I live at 304 Somerset Lane. I'm in the subdivision that's adjacent to the Springbrook Estates potential development. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for letting Ms. Burks finish what she was saying. It was all important. I think the points that have already been up seems to be the major issues that everybody would have with any future developments, not just this one. And I'm a visual person, and if you'll drive down Avoca Road in Raleigh and see what we've developed there, those were nice houses built by a developer, but if you look how close they are and how tight those lots are, that does not fit Tullahoma. The traditional and historic type development in Tullahoma has a more open, inviting feel, and I think that these new developments, that all these tight houses that are pretty much detached apartments, was what I call them, it isn't a positive look. And also that when we do plan these large developments, we have an impact on our schools and the police department and the fire department, and all of that stuff should be considered before you make any other determinations on what you should do. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lawson. All right. I guess at this time, let's pause this. Let's move up to, I believe we have a report from Scott St. John. I'd like to move him up before he has to leave and make sure he has enough time to address everyone. So, Mr. John, you're recognized.
I'm going to come to the podium.
That'd be great.
Okay. I'm going to talk from up forward here. Try and turn it where y'all can see it, and I may need to rotate it to make sure this as well. And I may have to take the microphone and come forward in a minute. But at the last meeting, yes, my arrangement, I have to leave at 5 here from Planning Commission, and so I did not get a chance to speak. Also, it was the initial submittal of the preliminary plat, and so we really, at that point in time, had not done much assessment of the property besides We understand the drainage. We've been able to, at this point, we have been able to meet with the developer's engineer. We've been able to do site assessments. We've been able to review drainage areas and look at it more deeply. And I'm going to start out, I'm going to address Springbrook Estates first, then move into the Short Springs property. So on this property, we've known for years that there's about 50 acres drainage area that drains through the Autumn Lane area. Yes, we have met with a couple property owners over the years, looked at drainage. The main impact is to Mr. Brown and Ms. Duke that spoke at the last meeting, and they are at the low end where the majority of the drainage flows through. We have known for years that the best way to address and make some improvements is on this off-site property that now is being proposed for development. So we quickly, after the last meeting, met with the engineer. We talked through the ideas, the options that we knew about related to putting in some diversion drainage ditches and reroute some water away from that property. They already were on it, thinking along the same lines. Mr. Brown here, he's lived and experienced the area, and he has had similar thoughts over the years. So this development is actually able to make some of those improvements happen. But before I get too far, I want to come forward and to the map.
Sir, is this, when you say Mr. Brown, are you talking about the one that is in, there's no legend, key, but the one that's essentially in the bottom corner?
Yes,
or the top one?
Brown is here, Ms. Wanda Duke is
hold the mic. Hold the mic.
Okay.
There's two Browns on here is why I asked.
Okay. Sorry. So the Springbrook Estates property, being about 18 acres, is located here in the bow line. The property to the north here is Autumn Lane. You'll see Brown and Duke here together on the south side of Autumn Lane. And the runoff from even as far as Park Place subdivision here, Parkway Place, it drains through this property, this undeveloped property. It drains through the front yard of Mr. Brown, drains through the rear yard of Miss Duke, leaves the property, goes back into the Springbrook Estates property, and then off to the east. So we've got a large drainage area that flows through that yard. Mr. Brown presented some pictures last time of the front yard, and it's about a 50-foot spread of water. So, we know he has significant flooding there, Miss Duke, as well. So what the developer is proposing is to intercept that water before it enters back into the Autumn Lane property, do a diversion ditch, which is in excess of 5 feet deep, so it's significant grading drainage to intercept that, top through a high point, and then tie back into the property as it ties back into the natural drain, drains into what he will put in as detention basin that will meet his pre- and post-development for the property as a whole. And here, the main issue is to try and reroute. Of course, yes, we will require him to detain on the property and handle the runoff measures that we always require be done, but here it's to reroute some flow off. So the developer has put together, they've had to jump ahead of construction plans, they've had to prepare drainage analysis and reports. We have a number of their drainage calculations related to the analysis. And again, this is at the preliminary plat standpoint. We will get construction plans as the next step that does a full drainage analysis. We'll be able to see his drainage area maps. We'll review it all in detail. But at this point, it's about a plan, how to make improvements. So that diversion ditch is proposed. We also know that there's a significant area to the north of Autumn Lane that still will flow into a curb cut at Miss Duke's property, and so there's about 14 acres that still will drain through the Duke side property line and come in. And of course, this property dates back, this Autumn Lane development dates back to the mid to late 70s. So a lot of the requirements related to stormwater spread in the roadway and runoff calculations, trying to handle the stormwater in the street, they just weren't existent at the time. So, we know that they still will be experiencing that flow, which it flows down a side drainage ditch on Miss Duke, ties into this existing drain that we've talked about, and drains off. So it's a matter of, it's just a lot of flow on a side property line. So, Public Works, we can look at that further. It's just sometimes difficult after the fact to go and acquire easements from people to make it, to take water down in multiple side ditches. So there is a system in place now. It's not the best, but it does function. We can continue to try to find points of outlet there, especially after the majority of this impact is taken off of the property. There won't be as much impact if we find some side lot line swells, ditches to take runoff in multiple places. So they will still experience that, primarily Miss Duke. But yes, we will have rerouted the main part of the flow off. We did, after the last meeting, we went up into Parkway Place. We evaluated the existing detention basins, and there are 2 of them in that subdivision. It's a smaller subdivision. There's about 5.3 acres that drain into this basin, about 1.5 acres into this basin. There's some problems. We got permission to go into some fences into some backyards to be able to evaluate that detention basin, and there's some issues. There's some breaches in the detention basin berm. We've already taught Public Works of their approach to getting those repaired by the property owner, possibly the city, but how will those repairs of that detention basin berm get done? The difficulty is a mass of fences. It's just hard to get in, so we'll have to work through arrangements there to get that berm back into place. It's a small amount, but it still adds up, and so we want to address that existing situation there, but again, that will all be diverted off and through the flows. So I'll pause there quickly, see if there's any questions on the Spring Brook Estates.
Go ahead, Mr. Thompson.
Yeah, I'm curious about, because they have the detention pond there at the front of the property, and then that's going to flow down. I was out there just a while ago and saw that goes down into a creek that goes under Avoca. That's going to, that much water going through there, that's going to go over that road. I mean, are the developers going to be responsible, or is the city going to be responsible for like increasing the flow underneath the Avoca to carry all the water that's going to run off? And then also the street that's on that development, where's that water going to go? Is it going to go in the stormwater drainage that's going to go that's carried on the stormwater line on Avoca?
So I'll address the second part first. So yes, on the roadway that will come through here, that stormwater within their development from the houses, the lots, it will be routed into that. There will be some rear yard drainage ditches even on the south side here. So we will see in the construction plan phase, will they have to pipe all the way down the roadway and into the detention basin, or will they kick some out to these side ditch lines that then drain into the detention basins? But it will be required to be routed into the detention.
So I mean, it's all going to exit down that little road under that.
Which is where it goes now, yes. It will.
There's not a stormwater pipe in Avoca on either side.
No, it drains to that cross drain that you're pointing to or you're seeing there. And so right now in their preliminary calculations, yes, they have sized that detention basin to reduce about 35%, 10 to 35% over the 2-year through 100-year storm event. So we look at the 25-year storm event, but also make sure, in this case, they are detaining for the 100-year, and they're reducing 35%. So, those analysis will be reviewed. We'll look at the capacity of the culverts underneath the roadway and assess that at the construction phase step timeframe.
Mr. Berry.
So that will improve stormwater drainage in there. Without that, the property owner there, or the developer there, the city's only option would be to do it ourselves. We need to obtain that easements on that property to do it, or is that something that is probably not going to get done by the city if somebody private doesn't do it?
That's fair to say, especially with the MTS ruling related to city forces working only on right-of-way.
Yeah. And this increases, you said it increases by 35%. Is that normal? Or decreases by 30%? What's the normal?
So they only have to meet their post-development, what they're sending off-site once development has occurred, lots, roadway. They're only required to meet that pre-development, what it is in its natural state right now. But that's the thing. We typically, and developers, typically shoot for a reduction. They over-detain to make sure that they're meeting pre and post and reducing them as much as they, financially and responsibly can over-detain. And so in this case, they're able to over-detain and they're hitting 10 to 35% additional runoff pressures. They do not.
They didn't have to do that. They did it based off the request from last meeting.
And yes, and we encourage that. We've encouraged finding these other options that can reroute, divert, runoff. But yes, they've come forward out of right off the bat proposing to over-detain.
Mr. Sellers got my question, so I'm good. Okay.
I'm going to quickly move Short Springs. And on the Short Springs development, it's about 50 acres. Similarly, it's the same engineer. The developer's engineer is the same as on the last project. We also have met with them. We've talked through the general drainage of the property, what's happening with adjacent subdivisions, how they're draining, how much of this property may drain onto them. They've also done preliminary design calculations on detention and provided results to us. Again, we will see more detail in construction plans, but they've ran their detention. They're showing to over-detain. They've assessed establishing ditches to where all of the property pretty well runs off the rear. There is one small drainage area on the south side here that actually goes through detention basin. It connects to an existing rear lot line swell, but again, it has a drainage area of this size right here as compared to the overall. Everything else catches into rear ditches, is routed down, it's routed through detention basins and off to the Bobo Creek tributary at the bottom here. So this is one also, as before, they will have to catch within their roadway or send some to rear lot line swells, but you can see the majority of it from the drainage area, they're going to have to catch in roadway, bring down into detention, they'll pick it up into rear lot line swells and then take it directly to the creek. So it's kind of contained. Yes, sir.
Okay, so I walked that property this weekend down at where Macon Manor is behind, along that line right there where you're talking about. And all the land is higher than all the back lock lines along that property. So that water's going to flow off of the property on into Macon Manor. They have already worked on trying to take flow that's coming from their side back to the backyard to flow down there. So this is going to exacerbate the issue that they have already unless the developer adds, which is not included, no drainage easement on the west side of the whole property is going to flow into either Blantonwood or into Macon Manor before it ever gets down to the point that it goes back to Bobo Creek. So I have concerns about that in that, I've walked some of that and looked at it, and some recent rains, even down at the bottom where it goes across the road in Macon Manor to the drainage that goes back into their drainage easement, is not wide enough. I mean, I saw what was there from some recent rains, not the big one that we had, but some other recent rains, and you can see where it was probably 30, 40 feet wide and coming up over the road just from the drainage in Macon Manor and what's feeding off of Blantonwood. So I have concerns about the drainage plan for this because of that side and how it's going to feed in and make that problem worse.
Yes, and that is the area of most concern here, where some of this does drain into. Actually, the drainage ditch is on the Macon Manor side there, so we know that we've got to detain. If we have to do additional drainage ditch on their side to route it down and hold it off of a ditch, if it is undersized, which we will see in the calculations, we'll be able to analyze that drainage system.
It also just happens to be the narrowest part of the land, too.
Yes, yes. So that is the area that definitely is.
They don't show any drainage along the Blantonwood Kennedy property boundary. There's no drainage easement shown on the plot that we have, the plat.
Yeah.
And that means it's going to go on to the Blantonwood side.
Now, some of the drainage easements that you'll see are not necessarily hashed out, but there's a perimeter drainage easement that's a standard 15-foot lot line drainage easement that we will require. And so special easements they hash out, but there'll be additional easements beyond just what is hatched. So the trick there is we will determine and make sure that any drainage ditches are within easement so that there is easement on it. But if they're right adjacent to the property line, they'll be covered by a typical perimeter.
So this property is not counting on using any of the easement, drainage easement that's in Blantonwood or in Macon Manor, right? They're not allowed to do that, correct?
Did I hear you say that down here it was going into an existing?
There is,
at the bottom left?
right here?
Yeah.
Yes,
So
yes.
that's going to the existing.
That would be going to the existing. That's why I'm saying we are going to have to see closely in the construction plans, does it require, what is the capacity of the existing ditch? We can't really get over and do anything on that ditch, so they may have to install a ditch on their side if required. So we don't have that information until we get to the construction standpoint.
Well, we don't get the construction, so we've got, I guess that, well, we can talk about that when we make this. We're missing the construction plan step, for
Right.
We can talk with you two about that after.
I just real quickly, and I'm way over, I've got to leave, but traffic study has been submitted on this one here because of the lot count, and the traffic engineer has noted the impact of the level of service, and there is really no change in the level of service from development numbers. The design engineer is in the audience here, Mr. Sadler. He can talk through that in more detail, but they have had that analysis run. And it's all level of service A or level of service B as compared to level of service runs from A to F, and they are up in the minor impact per the traffic engineer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. St. John.
Are we going to be able to get I requested those reports with the assumptions? Are we going to be able to get that delivered to us?
Yes, it was posted online. I also emailed you a copy, and you have a copy before you right now.
Thank you. Where's that guy? You got like a 50-page paper. I got the traffic, and I'm talking about the drainage studies that we had asked for. Yeah, never got those.
Okay. All right. All right, thank you. We'll resume with item number 5 on the agenda with public comments not on the agenda. So if there's any others, please come forward.
My name is Greg Broussard. I live at 302 Huntington Place in Brookfield subdivision. I brought this plat and showed it to the people in Brookfield, Blanton Wood, and I didn't make it to Macon Manor. But the people, when I showed their lot, what was going to be behind their house, it averaged about 2 houses behind their lot. And, for instance, Ms. Husky, she unfortunately has a beautiful home, known forever. She has the misfortune of having 2.5 homes behind her house. And
Okay, sir.
yes,
You're to address the board, and also your comments are out of order as they're on the agenda. You can speak at the open.
oh, just speak here.
When we get to item number, I got too many papers.
Oh, so we skip this section, or we have to come back later, or what?
I think what he's saying is that
This is item.
if it's not on the agenda, this is the time for someone, if it's not on the agenda, but there is a specific time, right before we vote on, after, like, it's not saying, I don't think he's trying to shut you down. I think he's saying there's an item on the agenda specifically for that, for you to get us right before we vote.
Yeah. Withhold your comments until section 8.4.
Okay, I thought we were going back to the first part with the people addressing the board.
Of items not on the agenda. So your comments are out of order as your items are on the agenda.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Items not on the agenda would like to come forward. All right. Last chance. All right, moving on. We're going to go to reports of officer and staff for now. Mr. Rush.
Yes, I just update the Planning Commission. September 18th, following the Planning Commission and Board of Zoning Appeals meeting, there'll be a study session along with the Comprehensive Planning Development Committee referring signs, our sign ordinance, and rewriting that. So we'll follow up on that. And also, this is...
What was the date on that?
Right after the Planning Commission meeting and Board of Zoning Appeal on September 18th. That's our regular meeting date. And then also, this is being in the conference room downstairs, if you want to go downstairs and watch it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We already got John Chansey on. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Before we go to the business, can I make a proposal? I didn't know where to do this, so I'm going to ask if I can do it now. It's pertaining to how we do business for Planning Commission. Is this okay? Yeah. What I'd like to propose is that any major subdivision or PUD plat, I'll give this to you, be published in the Tullahoma News 2 weeks prior to the Planning Commission meeting, where they will be addressed, to give the public sufficient notice for preparation to comment on new developments. Currently, the public must wait for the agenda to be placed on the tullahoma.gov site to know what is going to be covered in the meeting, and that is typically 1 to 3 days in advance. I know word gets around fast, but if people want to have an input to large items like we're going to have tonight, they don't have sufficient time to plan for it the way that it's being performed now. So that's my proposal, to request a change to our process.
Okay, so let's...
Can I
hearing that? Yeah, go ahead, yes.
Yes, so we already do that. We published our agenda, in the newspaper on August 6th. And then also, I spoke at the mayor's luncheon quarterly report, and also spoke on these agenda items as well.
I did not see these plats out in the public. It was in the paper?
Yes, I posted the agenda.
No, not the agenda. I'm talking about the plats.
Yeah.
The plat.
That would be almost impossible.
Okay, so let's do this. Please submit your request to Mr. Rush for him to investigate a change to our rules to change that. We can discuss, in a working session or something later on.
Because I don't think many of the folks in the audience found out about this till like Thursday. That's not 2 weeks prior. I know it's more difficult for our process, but people can't comment. Public comment can't happen if you don't know about it.
Understand.
Yeah, can I recommend that we put this on a study session?
Okay.
Is that?
Yeah, let's please, we'll instruct staff to investigate that for your comments, and we'll have a study session on it.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
While we're having a study session talk, I'd like to talk, and there's some people not going to like this, I'd like to have a study session to discuss impact fees, such as stormwater, public safety, and even in education, but different impact fees. My understanding is that's where that conversation will start, is with this board. So while we're looking at a study session, it'd be nice to go ahead and talk about those as well, and then also go ahead and add maybe the topic of we had talked about the adjacent property sizes and things, that discussion as well. That way we can just knock some of these.
Can we do that on the next study session? We already have one?
Yeah, I'd say let's just knock them out if we can. It's a lot, but
let's
We'll be there all night, but we can do it.
Let's not do the next study session is a joint study session. Let's have a separate study session for these two items.
And maybe we can do one in between. We only meet once a month, so there's a lot that happens, so maybe if we could schedule something in between.
That'd be great. All right, thank you. At this time, I would like to recess the Planning Commission meeting and move into the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting, such that we can get this out of the way because there's people waiting. And I think we got along. So, all right. So I'm going to call to order the Board of Zoning Appeals for the Monday, August 21st session. We have 6 present and Ms. Almacher is absent. And then read and approve the minutes from the July 17th meeting, and I believe there were some comments about that, so let's make a motion and we'll get that figured out.
So motion to amend right now, or motion to?
Yeah, let's make a motion to amend.
Okay.
We first got to make a motion.
Motion to
on it, and then a motion to
approve.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'll second.
All right.
Now motion to amend.
Motion to amend.
Is on the meeting under number 3, under, let's see, basically says Ms. Jenna Almacher made a motion, seconded by Mr. Andy Hall, to change deny to approve. So it reads properly.
Ms. Jenna made a motion and seconded by Andy Hall.
And ultimately that motion failed, or I mean, not the motion, but it failed 5-1. But the wording was backwards.
Motion fails 5-1. That is true. I got that in my notes. But the motion was to
change deny to approve.
Okay. All right. We need a second.
Second that? Jenna seconded?
No, I second. Jenna.
Motion to deny?
No, approve.
It says deny, but it should be approved.
It should be. She originally.
She motioned to approve, and you seconded the motion to approve.
Correct.
All right. So we're changing the word deny.
Yeah. Motion to change deny to approve, and for that last vote, seconded. No. I need a second for this motion.
Oh.
All right. Second for Mr. Rice. All right. Discussion on this. I'll say that's my recollection. Because we instructed staff to do otherwise. So, all right. Vote on the amendment to the minutes. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. The amendment passes 6. No. The amendment passes 6-0, and now we vote on the amended agenda. So. We have a motion on the floor from Mr. Hall, seconded by Mr. Berry for the agenda as amended. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. 6060, amendment. Okay. Good deal. Thank you. Sorry for that confusion. Good catch, too. All right. Moving on to new business. Variance 232 to reduce the setback of 10 foot for the accessory structure to 3 foot located at 511 East Monroe Street. And the applicant is Mr. Christian Sarabia. All right. I would invite the applicant to come forward and state the case for. Okay.
They're outside.
Did you not have one?
Yeah, he had one, but I got
All right. So, hello. Yes, the floor is, you're recognized and state your case for your variance at this point. So you're welcome to address the board.
We would like to keep our little barn there.
Okay.
That's pretty much it. We know it's not a 10-foot radius of anything, but that's it.
All right. Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? All right. Thank you. All right. This is the public hearing, so I'll open this up to the public to any comments on variance 232. All right. Seeing none, I'll move the staff report.
I was just going to say, we really couldn't hear what he said.
Okay.
I don't think anybody back here, I hear comments that time.
All right, I'll summarize. They have requested a variance for their setback requirement at their lot, and they would like to move. They would like to keep their barn where it is at on their lot, which is only 3 foot from the property line. It's a violation of the side setback. So I'm going to turn over to Mr. Rush for the staff report.
Thank you. Can we go to production, please? All right, he's requesting a variance to recognize a new storage building in the side yard setback. The setback, of course, is 10. It is worth noting, though, R2 zoning, the house setback is only 5. There is no rhyme or reason. I just want to make the commission aware of that for accessory structure to actually be 10 while the house is 5. There's going to be still, 10 between both the houses, and there's going to be 20 between the accessory structures. There is no really burden. He has room to actually adjust it as needed. I recommend to decline this with maybe Planning Commission recommending to change some of the text.
Okay. All right. Thank you. At this time, a motion. Mr. Berry, state your motion.
Make a motion to disapprove based on it not meeting the variance requirements. After that, I want to follow up with a separate motion.
Seconded from Mr. Hall. All right, discussion. Mr. Berry?
So, yeah, that is a little, the difference in but it's similar to what we had last time, right? Is if we want to change it, then we need to go ahead and change it. But very rarely am I in the variance granting mode without changing the ordinance. Or is it an ordinance? Is that something this board can do?
It's a text amendment, so it'll go in front.
So it will go to BOMA. So it'll be about 2 months. Maybe it takes them 2 months and they can reapply, right? Can you reapply for a variance?
Well, it would be
Can we
going-
grant them, can we say, hey, we'll give you 6 months? Can we do that?
You could technically do that, you're the planning commission, so yes.
So, what I'm getting at is I hate to just say disapprove and then go and move it and then us change it in 2 months, right? So I'd like to find a way to give them time while we're changing this before they've got to go move it and then re-ask for the variance. If that makes sense?
If you're, so my understanding is they're asking for 3 foot. 5 foot is what the
would be the text amendment, it'd be from 5 to 3.
Oh, change 5 to 3.
Yes.
Okay, I thought.
The setback is currently 10.
So setback is currently 10. If we change the 10 to the 5 to reflect R2 zoning and R3 or whatnot's there, then it would go from 5 to 3.
Okay, so we still need a variance to go.
Yes.
I have a better idea. Can I change my motion? I have a motion to postpone this indefinitely. Is that? Motion to postpone indefinitely.
What does that do for, in the meantime?
Okay, do we have a second for this?
Maybe.
I mean, you can second it, we just vote on it.
Sure, second.
All right.
It means we bring it back when we want to bring it back.
Well, I meant from the.
And then after that, for the violation part, there's no violation until we consider, correct? I mean, it's...
Correct, it'd be put on hold.
It's on hold until we take it off hold.
Okay.
I vote that we postpone until the February 2024 meeting. Or a motion that we postpone until February 2024 meeting. The February 2024 meeting.
All right. Second. All right. So postponing it, and then do you want to make a motion to?
Well, let's do that one first.
We can do that in study session, I guess. Instruct staff to.
And then, and just instruct staff to do a text amendment.
I don't see why we're doing this, and then for the other group, we just ended up denying it. I don't understand why we think it's different for them than it is.
I agree. I didn't think about it.
I mean,
with this, technically, we can treat them differently, but really, they're very identical cases.
Well, I think the difference here is they're moving something.
The other one, they could move the other mini barn as well. They're both mini barns.
Oh, you're talking about the one for the pasture, the church?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
All right. So
that's where I'm at. We denied them, and it's not. It doesn't seem right to me.
Well, the difference in the two is, I think, there's no rhyme or reason to the regulation, right? So this is an R2.
Yes.
With a
5-foot setback from the building currently as
the primary structure is 5 foot.
Primary structure.
From the primary structure, 5 foot. So our ordinances are mismatched here in this specific case versus the other case.
But yes, that was still our.
They would still need a variance because it's 3 foot, not 5 foot. We would change the text, but it would still have to have a variation.
We would still need a variance?
Yeah. Yes, because it's going from 5 to 3.
They're at 3 foot.
They're at 3 foot currently right now.
I thought it was football. Then I take that back. I just vote to deny. I motion to deny.
All right, you're going to.
Sorry, I had that backwards.
No, that was my confusion, is because it's like we can change it to 5.
Yeah.
I think we should look into that.
I'm sorry, I had the 3 and the 5 backwards.
But they can either move it 2 feet or move it 7 feet. So he withdrew his motion. Okay. All right, any other discussion on this? I mean,
I'm still in the original deny.
I mean, we can.
Yeah, motion to disapprove.
Yeah, motion to disapprove. Do we want to instruct staff to investigate a text amendment to?
I think so.
Okay, so let's, please investigate a text amendment to the R2, R3 zoning for the setbacks of accessory structures.
Thank you, sorry.
And all in favor of disapproval of the variance based on staff's findings? Aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, so the motion to disapprove passes 6-0. Maybe we'll get that right in the minutes this time. All right, thank you. All right, so that hang on, let me find my agenda. All right, that concludes the agenda for the City of Tullahoma Board of Zoning Appeals. And we will move back into old business on the, we'll unrecess, we'll reconvene the Planning Commission agenda and move to Item 7, old business, subdivision plats. These are public hearings. The first one is a continuation of the Springbrooks Estate major subdivision preliminary plat. Again, this is a public hearing, so I would invite the public to speak on this and you are limited to 2 minutes here, but anyone that would like to speak on the Springbrook Estates, please come forward and state your name.
Good afternoon, Lincoln Brown, 111 Autumn Lane. I have some photos of what happened to the flooding we had on the 21st. I'd like to thank the developer for taking the time to redesign his plat. I believe that the drainage easement that Mr. St. John spoke about will correct the problem as long as they maintain the depth that he spoke of to run the water off the properties of Autumn Lane with it. We have other water issues, but that's not really the developer's problem with it. My concern, though, is to make sure that that drainage easement is maintained at that elevation to maintain the water moving away. And that's not the developer's responsibility. So we need to figure out how that's going to be taken care of, either through public works or through building and codes. Because otherwise somebody's going to go in there and put a playground and fill up the easement, and all of a sudden it's just everything he's done is a waste. So I'm not sure which area that has to go to, but that's really my only concern. I think what he's done should work very well. And I was in the construction business for years, and it looks like it's going to take care of them 99% of the problem.
All right, thank you. For a point of order there, or point of info. I'll recognize Mr. Ward.
It's the city's responsibility to maintain those easements once they're granted to the city and make sure there's no obstructions there. And they do that periodically.
Okay.
So if there's a problem with that, they should be informed. I think it'd be planning and governing.
Public Works? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Worship. All right, public hearings still open for the Springbrook Estates. Anyone else would like to come?
I'm Wanda Duke. I live at 109 Autumn Lane. I am the one that's most impacted on most of the results of all this water. This drainage ditch is wonderful as long as somebody takes care of it. We had a retention pond up in the Parkway Estates, and no one took care of that. And I was told once that water left there and it was on private property, it was the property owner's responsibility. Well, I'm the property owner's responsibility. My land is lower than this subdivision that you're building up over there. And Mr. Brown over here just a few minutes ago said something about maintaining that. He just, about 5 or 6 years ago, built a new driveway, and he built it up about 2 foot. And he put a drainage pipe over it. That drainage pipe is halfway full because all of the dirt and everything that's washing down through there is happening. Down below me, my property is lower than the next door neighbor's property is, simply for that reason. All the dirt, debris, and everything goes and it sits there. If that drainage is not fixed over on that other side of the road, behind my house in this new subdivision, if that drainage is not fixed, taken care of, 5 years, 6 years, 10 years from now, it's going to be just like the one up there in Parkway Paul subdivision is. Because if that fills up over the years, all that water's going to come somewhere, and it's going to be to the lowest part. That subdivision here, I am down here. It goes up, and I'm going down. So if that's not done correctly, and those drainages are not taken care of, well, then it's going to be another problem that the owners, property owners, is going to have to take care of. And I think I understood Mr. Worsham to say if the city was on the plat, when it was built in there, if it goes bad, the city's responsible for it. But that's not what they told me about the retention pond up there.
Thank you.
Wherever that water goes, I'm responsible for it.
Right.
But y'all, please, just look into this, look into all the depths of it, and thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Anyone else care to speak on the Springbrook Estates?
Mr. Chairman, I'm Bill Reeder. I'm here for sending in for Mr. DeFore tonight. I think what the evidence has shown is that this plat meets or exceeds all of the subdivision regulations. And unfortunately, there was a drainage problem there, but it was not caused and would not be aggravated by this subdivision. In fact, as Mr. St. John said, and as this gentleman correctly pointed out, the improvements that the developer is going to make is going to alleviate probably 99% of the problem at his expense. And we think he's entitled to have his plat preliminary approved at this meeting.
Thank you. I apologize. I meant that you should have went first. All right. Anyone else care to speak on Springbrook Estates?
Melissa Delaney, 310 Somerset Lane. I reside at Somerset Lane in 310, but I also own the property adjacent to 311. That's the one you see on the map. In our neighborhood in Somerset, all the water drains through my backyard. So on one side of the road, it goes through a drainage ditch like they're talking about. And on the other side, the water comes down the street, joins the ditch, and goes through my backyard. It makes almost like a little river when it rains, any appreciable amount. 3 days after this meeting in July, I had basically a river coming through. If you're going to have a detention pond on the other side of me, it's going to bookend my properties, and all that water is going to sit in the detention pond. So I'm concerned about it sitting there, not only for the swamp that I'm essentially going to be living in, but also mosquitoes breeding. Right now, mosquitoes are bad, and I know it's going to get worse. And you commented on if the water goes over Avoca Road, my property sits below Avoca. So then I'm going to have a lake, not just a small river. So that's one thing I'd like to bring to your attention. Another thing is the traffic. Concerned about the traffic coming to Avoca to the Y at Riley. Right now, when you come to the Y, in the mornings, there's a lot of traffic. Traffic's building up. It's getting worse. When I moved here 6 years ago, none of those houses were on Riley, and just on Avoca coming to up to that stop. They've been built in the last 6 years. Traffic is getting worse and worse and worse, and adding more homes on the other side of Somerset is just going to make it worse. Also, Tullahoma doesn't offer school buses for the kids, so everyone has to take their kids to school every day. When you're coming from Avoca to Kings Lane to get over to the schools, the traffic's getting worse and worse there too. And so having traffic is, we don't have the road. That was it. One more thing. I moved from Nashville 6 years ago to get away from all this.
Thank you.
If you think it's great, you're probably not going to be happy with it in the next few years.
You're recognized.
I motion that for the rest of the night, we extend 2 minutes to a total of 5 minutes for any public hearing for the rest of the night.
They get 2 minutes now, so you want four or five?
I want a total of 5 minutes.
Okay. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right. 6-0. Ma'am, since we cut you off, if you want to take another 2 minutes, I guess you're fair. 3 minutes.
Along with overcrowding schools and traffic, next is going to come crime. And crime is not something you want to deal with. I've dealt with it in Nashville. I don't know if you watch the Nashville news. It's horrific what they've done there. I did have one more point. I could not find an example of a neighborhood that Mr. DeFore has built. And if they could provide an example so we can see what he's done in other places, how those neighborhoods have turned out, and if those people are happy with what he's done. I would like to see an example of something he's done that's not in Tullahoma. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, continue on the public hearing. Sir, you're recognized.
Okay, you go ahead, sir. My name is Norman Puckett. I live at 209 Somerset Lane. I just wanted to point out on that drainage thing he showed, it didn't catch all the drainage. Their drainage comes in from the other side of Somerset Lane where they stripped all the trees off to build that development that has yet to be built and has yet to be properly stabilized according to Tennessee rules. But that particular one did not catch all the drainage that comes through Somerset. So, and also, do we know if that subdivision is planned on being a build-to-sell or a build-to-rent subdivision? If it's build-to-rent, I believe that'll change it to a commercial property. It's just something we need to know. So other than that, that's basically all I have.
Thank you.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Nicholas Northcutt with Northcutt Surveying, and I'm also representing Mr. DeFore on this. And I, just wanted to point out that, last month we brought this to the commission, and of course, everything met all of the minimum standards. But I just would like to point out, from a lot standpoint, all of these lots are larger than the minimum. There was a request for, looking into the drainage. So there has been a drainage study done, which does look like it's going to dramatically improve the situation in that area. And Mr. DeFore has been very accommodating to, be willing to, spend his money and over-detain and try to help fix some of these issues. So we are seeking approval, and we hope that you'll vote that way. Thank you.
Thank you, and again, I apologize for not letting the applicant go first. All right, anyone else?
Kathy Manis, 123 Autumn Lane. I just wanted to say thank you for the new planning, for helping for the flooding. I fortunately live in the cul-de-sac where I don't have the issue that Mr. Brown and Ms. Wanda have, but we do have a river that runs behind our property that comes off the other subdivision. And as far as minimums, I have an issue with that word from the standpoint that, I wouldn't want my doctor to have gotten a minimum grade on his education, and I wouldn't want other fields of practice to only meet a minimum requirement. I think when we're talking about our subdivisions and our cities and our citizens, we need to strive for excellence. And we need to strive for the things that are what is best for our city, what is best for our community, what is best for our properties, and what is going to do what is best for our community as a whole. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Would anyone else speak on the Springbrook Estates? All right, seeing none, I will turn it over to Mr. Rush for a staff report.
Yes, go to production, please. All right, he's done as requested per the Planning Commission. He's done 40-foot drainage easements along Hickory Hills and then 20-foot drainage easements along Somerset. What you're looking at right now is the Hickory Hills original plat dated 1978. As you can see, the drainage runs right along there with the pond. That's just how it was meant to originally drain. There was really no requirements back then for that. It's like when you build a house in 1970, you build one today, there's all kinds of improvements, right? There's different standards and everything else. So this applicant has went beyond the call of duty to actually address the issue. Staff recommends to approve.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rush. All right, this time, motion from the board.
Motion to approve. Yeah, second.
All right, you got a motion from Mr. Rice, seconded from Mr. Berry. Discussion from the board. Mr. Sellers.
Okay, I have been doing some research on our subdivision regulations over the weekend, trying to think about this a little bit, and some of the comments have already been stated. One in the general provisions about the Planning Commission, guiding the Planning Commission are designed, these standards are designed to provide harmonious development of the city and to secure a coordinated layout. That's important to remember. The other one was the commission may specify conditions, changes, modifications, or additions that it deems necessary or appropriate and make its decision to grant approval subject to such conditions, changes, modifications, or additions. I would like to propose that the Springbrook Court development, I would like to say the proposed Springbrook Court development is not commensurate with the Somerset Estates and Hill Estates properties and would not provide essentially a coordinated layout. Talking about the way the houses or the lots are laid out in there. The commission has a requirement to protect existing residents as well as the new developments. And I would like to propose a change request from the commission for the developer to increase the lot widths along the boundary with the existing subdivisions such that they are consistent within the development. An exception may be that an existing abutting lot is 2 lots in the existing, and the new lot could be half as wide, so that it would go back to what was intended from the original development of the original subdivisions. I'd like to make that as a motion to amend.
All right, state that more clearly.
So,
or what's specific in your motion?
The lot widths, essentially what I'm trying to say is you would end up with lot widths that are similar in size to what's abutting the existing subdivisions. So you don't end up with 2 houses or 3 houses behind 1 lot.
So you want to make a motion
that the builder would adjust his lot widths to be commensurate with the properties on either side. In this case, there's only one property, or one subdivision on one side, one subdivision on the other. And that gets us to where what people have talked about tonight is we have a subdivision that looks like this and another one that looks totally different.
What do we need to write down for a motion?
You want them to match the adjacent lot sizes?
Yeah, approximately. I'm not going to say it's exactly that size. That's why I was trying to word it that the lot widths along the boundary with the existing subdivisions, since they are consistent within the development. So, let's say that the other ones are all 100 feet wide. Then they would be 100 feet wide along that one side. If the other side was 75 feet wide, they'd be 75 feet. So it's hard to say.
All right, so a motion for similar lot widths.
Yes.
With the adjacent property. To amend the plat to reflect similar lot widths from the adjacent property. All right, do I have a second from Mr. Sullivan?
Well, second just to discuss.
All right, we have a second, so discussion. Mr. Sellers, you're first.
Yeah, so, we talked about, how the layouts of the city look. In many of these subdivisions that we're talking, the ones some we're going to talk about tonight, you have a strip of land, you have houses on one side, houses on the other side of existing subdivisions, and then if you want to go in there and you could put quarter-acre lots if you were to go to the minimum. That just would not look right from a perspective of how are we laying out our city. And so what I'm proposing is that they be similar. If this had been wide enough, and I made this comment before, I actually made a proposal before I became on the commission. If this lot had been wide enough to have a center section, the lot restriction or lot matching would not apply to the center section. You could graduate down to smaller lots. But with this lot and then another one we're going to talk about, it just, you have a strip of land and you're going to have half-acre lots on either side, or 4/10 or 5/10, whatever they are, that then are going to go down to 1/4 or 3/10 acres, and it's not going to look a similar layout. Right?
Yeah, I get, so that's very subjective, right?
It is.
That's very subjective, and it's one, I don't think width actually accomplishes anything, right? Because, maybe right now it's 75 by 80 foot. Well, maybe, and then I just do 100 foot by 20 foot, right? Width I don't think accomplishes what you're trying to do, because maybe they don't have the depth then. Maybe I've got a big side yard, but then I still got tiny little front yard and backyard, and so I'm still right up about just in the setback. So I think that kind of misses the point. Harmonious, I think, that's also very subjective, and comparable is subjective. But what I do think that we have the responsibility to protect property values, right? I think that's a big responsibility and a primary for this board, as well as lifestyle to a point, right? But you can't always guarantee that everything in Tullahoma is going to be a cookie cutter town to a point. Like somebody had said earlier, and it's just not that I disagree with this person, but I have a different opinion on, the layout that that some people want to keep are giant yards but that's not what everybody wants, right? Not everybody wants giant yards. But if everything's that way already, and you're saying, let's keep it that way already, then the only people we have in Tullahoma are people that want giant yards. So I think that there's a happy medium here between the two somewhere, versus us saying you have to exactly match well, you said if they're 100 foot, then it needs to be 100 foot.
No,
if it's 75, then it needs to be, but approximate is subjective, right?
Can I make one comment? So there are lots that have two houses backed up to it. That's what I'm saying. I think the people in the two subdivisions should have say-so, that they object to having, if I bought a lot because I wanted to have this big a yard, but then you're going to stick two houses behind me, then that's not fair to the people that already live in there. If you had quarter-acre lots on each side, then quarter-acre lots would be fine, right? Because that's commensurate with what's already there. And if we're saying we're going to have cookie cutter, if we just say the minimum is all that's required, and everybody goes in and puts quarter-acre lots, that is cookie cutter.
Well, and I'm not saying minimum is all that's required, right? But I do think that there is a middle.
I'm happy for.
What's the average acreage per the rest of the lots? Is it 1 acre lot? Is it 3/4 of an acre? Does anybody have any idea?
Well, all of these are about 0.3.
Well, I know on this plat. I'm talking about surrounding.
They're half acre, I believe. When I looked at the TND, I think they're half acre on both sides. Yeah. But again, acreage, I think that was one of the comments I was trying to drive to last year, but acreage is probably not the right word, because it depends on the depth. That's why I think it's more better to have lot widths that are not equal but close. So let's say it's three-fourths of the width, maybe minimum. I don't.
But we can't say
what I would like to see is approximately, to not have two lots backed up to one. That's what I'm trying to say. That's pretty small.
Right, but it's not, is it fair to say, hey, get us approximately, and then they come back and we say, that's not approximately close enough. We want you to go more.
Yeah.
We need to put a number on it. That's what it comes to. If we want to do it, it's got to have a number.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Cook, recognize.
I think Mr. Sellers has got a point that this would be nice to have it that way. But the problem is that's not what our subdivision rules say. And what we have to go by in approving this plan is what the subdivision rules say. If we think that what Mr. Sellers is proposing is the way to go, then what we should do is recommend we change our subdivision rules to adopt that. But they don't say that now. And we've got a case before us that we've got to judge based on the current subdivision rules. And if this goes into a court of law, the judge is going to make a decision based on what our current rules are, not on what we think would be best. What we can recommend what we think would be best, and we can certainly make a proposal to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen to adopt a rule such as that or some variation of that. I agree with Mr. Berry that it's got to be more definitive than that. It can't be as subjective as what Mr. Sellers has proposed so far. But I think that what we have to do here today is make a decision based on what our current subdivision rules say.
All right, yeah, thank you, Mr. I mean, yes, I agree. And I do think that there's a lot of arbitrariness in this, what's going on here.
I think that was the comment that Mr. Berry asked of Mr. Worsham at the beginning of the meeting is that it was commented that we have the requirements that is a minimum and a maximum for R1, but we, as a commission, are to provide harmonious development of the city and a secure coordinated layout. I think that gives us the latitude to say putting those narrow lots in this area is not the same as putting those narrow lots in this area. So we have, if we don't have that ability to change, request a change to that or design that, then we're worthless up here because otherwise it's just rubber stamp.
So, I mean, yes, we do have some latitude, and I think Mr. Worsham is right on that. But that latitude involves, doing it through process and
if we don't
not
do it here,
holding.
where else is it going to be done?
But my real question to your...
You do it through revising the subdivision rules.
So we do it by meeting more than once a month and doing our job and sitting here and doing policy ahead of time, not in real time. Because I guarantee you that if somebody wanted to build something on their property, right, and it was one of these same people on the outside, and they came to us based off of the rules, they thought that they could do it, and then we say, nah, we think that you can change your roof, but it's going to need to be this color, and you're going to need to do brick. I mean, that is the same, because we're changing. I'm going to need
order here while we have discussion.
I didn't speak when you did, and so I would appreciate the same here. So I'm with you, and I'm not saying that I 100% disagree with you here, right? What I am saying is it's very arbitrary and it's very subjective what has been thrown, and if we postpone this, what happens? We can't postpone it again, right?
No, but we can.
I mean, we can postpone it again, but it automatically gets approved if we don't deny or approve today, because you only have 60 days. So today has to be the decision on this. There's no sending back.
All right. I do think that my own comment, I let anyone else want to go, but I'll comment. I think that that's an arbitrary restriction, just be like, hey, these need to be the same, when there's no real technical driver to that at all, other than just people don't like it. But some people do like it.
Is that not the rule, the responsibility of the commission to protect the citizens of the existing neighborhoods?
Define how it harms them.
Okay. So
we're going to need order. Thank you.
So,
if not, we can recess.
The way I see that it harms the surrounding neighborhoods, they've been living there for 20, 50 years, whatever. They have a life, they've invested in that property, and then you're going to come in the middle of it and you can put the minimum. Let's say that they didn't do it, which I appreciate, but they didn't do the minimum that they could have done, and it would just be house after house after house. Does not look like what surrounds it. So our job as a commission is to maintain a coordinated layout of what subdivisions should look like.
What should subdivisions look like?
Well, the way they are now surrounding it. There's two subdivisions on either side of this. It's only about, 300 feet separation. It seems to me, and I think a lot of people say, well, why can't the subdivision in the middle look like the ones on the left and the right? And what I don't know how to, I know there's regulations and stuff to make it easy for developers to develop, but there also should be common sense that if I'm going to go in here, this is not going to look right if I do these really narrow houses compared to these houses on either side. Now, that's a lot of that's going on around the country, but I don't think we want that in Tullahoma. So I'm open to options on how to make this more easily understandable. I'm trying to portray a reason.
To me, just doesn't look right, doesn't correspond to harm. Harm is got a definition.
And I can't tell you how much if property damages will go up or down. I can't tell you that. Property values.
I think last time he said that didn't he give a commitment on a property value?
Minimum 2,000 square foot house.
Minimum 2,000 square foot homes. So that gives us roughly about the same size homes and roughly the same property. What's our lot? So here's my question. Because I'm willing to give it a try, right? Maybe. What's our liability here? So say we did just that. Say we said, nah, we're going to deny this because we don't think the lot sizes are big enough. And then it goes, I'm assuming that will go to court. It'll go to a chancery court. So when it goes to chancery court, if the judge, because they can only, my understanding is the only evidence that can be used in that court is what has been said in this room, is my understanding. So if the judge decides in their favor, then they just get to go ahead and build. Is the city liable for damages?
Well, I don't think it would be liable. I think the suit would determine whether or not they were entitled to build the subdivision as planned or not. And if I could predict what a judge would do, I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be in the Bahamas basking in the sunlight, I don't know. But because these things can go either way.
Right.
If you have a valid reason that the judge believes is valid for denying an application such as this, then you will win. If you don't, if the judge doesn't believe your reason is valid, then because they do meet the requirements of our subdivision regulations, meet the requirements of the state law, then you probably would lose the case.
And that's what I'm asking.
I wonder if you're just talking about aesthetics and it doesn't look right. Frankly, I don't think that's a valid reason that the courts would allow you to deny this subdivision.
And if the court says go ahead, then that's it. Like, we've got no more say after that. Right. So here's where I'm at. Is we obviously have a group that feels strongly against it.
I think it's the citizens on either side of the property.
Yeah, okay. And I feel that it's going to hurt Mr. Brown, I think. This would have helped Mr. Brown. And at that point, could the developer then say it does go to court, could the developer then say, you know what, we're not going to do that extra 35%. We're just going to do what that minimum is, right? So if it goes to court and the judge rules, then it's probably still going to get built. We're going to lose that extra drainage that the developer had done. But here's what I'm willing to try, right? And maybe we do it as an experiment, is vote to deny it and then put it in the hands of the court. And then that's our ultimate decider on how much leeway we have and how much leeway we don't have. And then, we've done what the people on both sides wanted. And then it's in the court's hands. It's kind of where, I know that sounds silly, but...
Could we approve it pending a lot size change?
Well, that's what I was requesting.
She approve it, and and say, well, your lots have to be a minimum of blank.
I don't think.
Could they challenge that?
I don't think it would have to go up much, but if they, if they were, instead of 0.33, if they were like 0.445.
Mr. Orr should be recognized for that comment.
You realize that no case is a precedent for the next one. They each rest on their own facts, so because the court might rule one way in this case, doesn't mean that on the next case, where you've established some kind of a precedent the court is going to be bound by. Only if you go to the Supreme Court do you establish a precedent. Usually that's on legal grounds rather than factual grounds.
Thank you. All right. We're going to wrap this up and get to discussion. Any more discussion? Mr. Comer, you got, we're good, okay. I mean, I get kind of, I do think that it would be kind of a, I think it's kind of weaselly, so to say, to just kind of back it up and kind of pass the buck for no real reason.
I agree.
The motion on the floor is for similar adjacent. Can you read the motion on the floor?
Motion to amend the plat to have similar lot widths as the adjoining subdivisions.
Okay. All in favor of Mr. Sellers' motion?
May I have another question? Except I'd like to ask a question of the developer.
Can we get to this motion?
It's probably
It would be relevant to this, I think.
Yeah. I wish you would, yeah. Go ahead. Yes.
Can I ask the developer what his comments are about what we're proposing here? I'd like to hear. I'm not trying to shut you out. I'm really am looking for input. I think if you understand what the citizens are desiring is to not have two houses backed up to a lot. But I would like to hear your input and to see what you say.
All right, I'm Kenny Sadler. I'm actually the design engineer, 4866 Woodbury Highway. The developer is not here tonight. He asked us all to be here. He's been over backwards, honestly, to try his best to help these people. And this being denied will absolutely hurt these people. We have spent a tremendous amount of time and effort, and I mean, development is complicated, and I understand that, and nobody wants it, and I understand that. But me as a design engineer, I'm sure the lady that spoke before, that's a professional engineer, we have an oath ourselves to protect the welfare and the safety of every citizen, not just the development going in and not just the people that live there, but we have an oath to protect the health and safety of everyone. That's part of our job. And so I personally take that very serious. So that's why when you hear Mr. St. John talk about that we have reduced 35% of stormwater. That's not because we had to, it's because it's the right thing to do. Mr. Howard's development is the same way. You know, we've done traffic studies, we've done environmental studies, we've done drainage studies. Our goal when we do a development is to make this a better development, a better situation. And a quick example on Ben DeFore's development. And Ben has been great to work with. Someone asked how many developments he's done. He hasn't done any that I'm aware of. This was his first one here, and he wanted it to be a good one. I mean, he's wanting to do everything he can for these people, everything that he's been approached with. I mean, he wants this to be something he's proud of, and everyone else is supportive of and proud of. So he is not here, but I can certainly speak to that. But what you have here in every one of these conditions is you have developments that have been developed without requirements. So the requirement that we're under now, Tullahoma's got a lot of great requirements. I mean, we're meeting 2-year through 100-year storm events. Mr. St. John pointed out the 25-year. But anything I design, it goes to the 100-year because that's what's recognized in court. So this is all about my liability, okay? So I don't want to do anything that's going to be a negative thing to anyone. So what I design for the subdivision, I want it to work for the subdivision, but I want it to work for everyone downstream. And you have a tremendous amount of problems downstream. You have 53 acres essentially unprotected right now going through this development. And so just to give you a quick example of the 53 acres on a 2-year storm, that's 74 cubic feet per second. that is a tremendous amount of water. And if you, Mr. Brown, I believe it was, that had pictures of that, the lady that spoke, I mean, they have real problems in their yards. This development, we are intercepting 13.7 acres of 13.5 acres. We are taking off of that development and ditching it straight through and putting it in a large pond. So the subdivisions they live in that have no detention and the developments north of them that have no detention, we are detaining for that. So we are putting in a large pond. So the overall effect, to the lady's point that spoke about water crossing over Avoca Road, so on a 2-year storm, that 53 acres generates 74. After this development is all built out, it would be 60. Okay, so that's 14 cubic feet per second less. On a 100-year storm, it's 167 cubic feet per second, and we will have 104. So we have, that's where Mr. St. John was talking about on Ben DeFore's case, it's 18 to 35% less. That's a great benefit to not just Ben's development, but it is to also the people that live downstream and across Avoca Road. And it's a tremendous benefit to the people that, I mean, Mr. St. John was pointing out, this is 3 subdivisions that are going through this one subdivision, circling through another one and coming back through this one. It's a tremendous amount of water that snakes through there. And so we are trying to fix as much of that as you can, and that is a good thing with development. You know, you can fix problems where things were done. As far as all these lot sizes, this is a matter of opinion, and it makes the engineers and surveyors' job impossible because all of it is subjective. And right now, I mean, I'm old enough that I have seen this in my career where everybody wanted large lots, and then everybody wanted smaller lots, and then everybody wanted smaller lots. And the trend is smaller lots. That's what people want. They want less, you know, but I personally like the big yards. But again, it's a matter of opinion. And it leaves us in the dark when we don't have standards to go by. So what we try to do is take the standards. Mr. Northcutt pointed out these lots are not as small as they could be. I mean, Mr. Howard's development, it's the same way. Those lots are larger than they have to be, you know, and that drainage as well. You made some good points. Every one of these people, they're good people. They're concerned. They're making good points. Our job is to make sure that we make that a better situation than it is today. And that's what we're doing in both of these cases. Mr. Denby's also on the agenda for something else. He's reducing his stormwater by half on his development. So you actually can help people if you're just willing to do it as you go through the design process. And every job I do, that's what I strive to do. That's what Mr. Northcutt, I don't believe in the minimum. I believe you do the maximum. You know, there will be, in a set of calculations like this, there will be 15 to 20 iterations for one pond to try. So if you've got it working and everything works, you try to make it a little better, and you try to make it a little better, and you try to make it a little better. That's the process, if you're a responsible engineer or surveyor, that you should go through to try to help people. Again, I know nobody likes development. I don't like development in my backyard. But the rules and everything that we follow, we actually strive to be the maximum, not the minimum. We try to make the best situation. But Mr. DeFore has been very good. Mr. Howard has been very good. Mr. Denby has been very good at trying to do the absolute best they can do, you know, and we don't want water going off on another lot. So I know I'm jumping around on all the different projects, but a lot of it is the same. It's all about drainage, and those at Mr. Howard's development are the same way. We have subdivisions draining downward and draining through into the other one. So we have 4 detention ponds on that, you know, and drainage easements everywhere. We don't want anyone. I mean, honestly, it's against the law to put drainage onto someone. So we have a pre versus post we have to meet on all the developments, 2-year through 100-year storm events. we don't want any of the water, anybody that has a certain amount of water coming on them today, once this development's done, we don't want that to be more, we want that to be less. The requirement is it has to match, but we want that to be less. We don't want anybody to have more water in their yard. I don't want that as a design engineer. I don't want to be sued because I put more water on someone else. I want to help their situation, not hurt it. And I just want to be clear on that. We're not trying to make a worse situation, or like you said, with the drainage that's going to come into the west side there. They have drainage issues. All these people have serious drainage issues, and we have the opportunity here to correct it as we develop these other lots. But lot sizes and lot widths is not really, those things are not really helping. Those are a matter of opinion. But the drainage and how all that works and lessening the drainage, it is significant. Those are significant things that we can help with on every one of these developments that don't have any help now. So,
thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
I'll be happy to answer any questions that anybody's got on any of this. Yes, sir.
So when you submit these plans and these pieces and say that the drainage didn't work out and it did end up dumping off other, you are liable for that?
Absolutely. That's illegal. You can't put more property on someone after your development. It's illegal. Okay, so, but I mean, what we're doing here is meeting local. You got city law, you got state law, and you got federal law. And all of those require you to not damage the person below. And if you do, that's where lawsuits come from. So, and it's just as easy to design this in a way that would help someone as to try to split hairs and not, like y'all are talking about. And I've seen developers want to do it, where you don't help someone. You could, but you don't. So, anyway, that's yes, you're bound by law to not increase the stormwater flow over onto another parcel. But all of these are reducing it by a significant amount, all three of these developments.
Thank you. Very good, thank you. All right. You're good. We're going to vote on this first motion. The motion is for similar similar lot widths. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Nay. So it's 1 to 5. Correct. All right, motion fails, 1 to 5. We're back on the original motion, and we'll go around one more time for any more discussion. Mr. Comer? I'll take that as a no.
Well, I just like to repeat what I said earlier. You have standards in your subdivision rules, and if we don't like those, we have the ability to recommend changes to those. And we can push that forward, and we can do it. It won't make any difference on this one, but it will the next one. And if that's what we think we do in a study session, we should pursue that and make the subdivision rules what we want them to be. Then developers will know up front what they got to do, and they can make their go, no-go decision based on what the rules are at that time. But what we have to do today, I think, is use those subdivision rules we have and go with them. And I appreciated what Scott St. John said earlier when he said that they were going to improve this by 35%. As Mr. Sadler said, the law says they just can't make it worse, keep it the same. But they're making it 35% better, so we're getting some improvement out of this that the city would normally have to probably fund somewhere down the road. And we're getting a developer to pick up some of the cost on that. And I think that's good. And so I'm satisfied that they have responded to what me and others asked them to do last time is to go back to the drawing boards on this draining issue, because it is a problem. Those photographs that were passed around a while ago show that there's a definite drainage problem in that area. And that particular storm, you know, you can talk about a 100-year storm. I think these 100-year storms are coming about every 10 years now. But aside from that, we are getting some improvement out of this, I think. And so I'm going to vote for approving this plan based on the intent that they've made to do that, and they're also going above the minimum on the lot size. And I think that's really, we've basically negotiated with them, and we've got some improvement in what was offered to begin with, which I think they were making some improvements to begin with. But I think we have to, I feel like I have to vote to approve this plan at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Comer. Mr. Hall?
I'm just happy that they're making improvements to the stormwater. I think that's excellent for not only just the whole area.
So I too am pleased that they made the improvements on the stormwater. I would like to say that I think we should revisit the proposal that was made last year about modifying our subdivision regulations to have some type of language that would lay this out for the developers ahead of time, that, you know, we could work on this as a study session again and bring that back up for reconsideration. Thank you.
Mr. Rush, will you add that to our current growing study session agenda?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think that's the same thing we had earlier, the adjacent sizes.
Did we? Okay. All right, Mr. Berry.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I feel like they've tried to, you know, meet us in the middle best they can. They are not minimum, you know, they're not half-acre lots. Some of them are. One's 1.45, you know, but I think they've tried to be as responsible as they can, especially with the stormwater. So I'm gonna vote for it.
There were a couple comments about, this is 30 homes. I see Hank is sitting out here as well. One of the comments was about schools and this affecting schools. There's a formula, and stop me if I'm wrong, it's a quarter of a kid per home, correct? So this would add, and that's from K through 12, a mixture of all grades. That's a formula that I believe the federal government uses, and it's pretty accurate in what you base your, and this will come into play later as well.
That's true. That's a calculation that we use, and it's pretty standard. I mean, I've actually consulted with Mr. Rush, and he agrees with that number, industry-wide.
So we're looking at about 7.5 maxed out students-wise, K through 12, in a development of 30-ish homes. Right. Okay. So, you know, I think that I'm not going to speak for the school system, but I don't think that overloads the school there. The drainage, we did ask them to come back, and I fully expected to not come back with something like this, right? Because I think that they could have said, you know, go somewhere. But they did. This doesn't just benefit the developer in this case, it benefits Mr. Brown, I believe. Now, big time, this book, I think you guys need to, those who live there have probably seen it before, but those who don't live there, who are saying that this isn't needed and doesn't help, I would say take a look at these pictures and probably talk to Mr. Brown, because I believe Mr. Brown would probably disagree with you that this wouldn't help his case. I feel that the attorney says we have leeway to where we could say no, but it does also sound like it does meet the requirement, so we don't know what a judge is going to do, but your advice is probably going to be, I would say, to not take that risk unless we really wanted to, would be the fair thing here. Now, I do get the adjacent property. I think that that's extremely subjective. I've been in Tullahoma for 30-something years, and it always irks me a little bit when people say that I don't care about the future. It doesn't just hurt me. It really bothers me, and it really upsets me when somebody says that I don't care about Tullahoma, because this is my home. And I plan to die here hopefully 30, 40 years from now if my ticker doesn't get me first. So when we are making decisions like this, I'm not just and I don't say just a planning commissioner, but I'm not just somebody who is appointed. I am someone who is elected, and I do that elected job because I give a darn, because I do care. And so that is a personal point there, to where it really bothers me when I hear people say that I don't care. Because I've been giving to this community for a long time. I gave blood. There's still probably some of Daniel's blood out there on that football field. So since high school, I've been bleeding for this city. I do understand, though, and something that you sent us, that we can ask certain things. While I think the lot size thing is a little arbitrary for us to do, I do have a real concern about property values. And because Mr. DeFore had brought this up in his meeting, is it out of line for us to say that we approve this contingent upon, and my understanding from reading that is he'd have 30 days to accept or not, contingent upon him putting in, I don't know how you would do it, if it'd be writing or covenant or whatever, that he does commit to minimum home sizes of 2,000 square feet.
He's already done that.
I mean, it's in video, but is that...
It's in the minutes.
Does that count as, and that is legally binding, and...
You can't ask for any contingencies. You either got to approve it or disapprove it. Of course, you can base upon what he says, and we have a record of that. So that might be something to look to in the future, because his credibility certainly could be questioned in the future.
Well, I don't mean to question credibility.
We can't have contingencies.
There was something that you had sent. There was something he had sent over the weekend that I thought said that we could ask for certain.
Let me clarify on what was said at the last meeting there before we go too far. Is that the developer voluntarily stated on record that he would hold minimum 2,000 square foot houses in this. So we took that as his voluntary.
Is that binding?
You can approve it like you do with DAC comments, so you'll just approve with the minimum square footage of 2,000.
So I can't do that.
That will be.
And that's what I'm asking. That's the contingency, right?
And I'll acquire that on the plat, and then we'll be good there. Yes.
Yeah. The developer, Mr. LaFleur, for the record, in response to Ms. Mary Sindiego's question, stated that he would commit to a minimum home size of 2,000 square feet in the proposed subdivision. So I think that should be binding, I would think.
Well, I'm going to modify my amendment. I'm going to amend the motion to approve with staff recommendations, and help me with the wording here, a minimum home size, requirement of a minimum home size of 2,000 square foot.
Yes, per the applicant.
And that's all above board, right?
Per the builder's voluntary.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I amended the motion to approve based off of staff recommendations, and with staff, I don't think there are any other.
And the inclusion of the developer's voluntary.
No, it's not voluntary at this point. I'm approving, I'm not asking for that.
No.
I get that he said that. This is what I'm motioning. I motion to amend based off of staff recommendation, and with the requirement that the homes meet a minimum 2,000 square foot in size, is my amendment.
Second. Okay. All right. Discussion on that one. All right. I'll say what I was going to say, and then we'll wrap it up. I do agree with kind of the the traffic, I don't think automobile traffic is necessarily an issue here, and I think that kind of based on these other traffic studies that we're well under thing, but it would be nice as we put more and more homes out here to have a little bit more caretaking to how kids get to school, how people can have recreation, and not just be bombarded with a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit road with no sidewalks and no leeway for that. I do feel like we've made it almost worse with the addition of how we change that intersection. But anyway, I'll get off my soapbox there and I'll call the vote. All in favor of the approval of the Springbrook Court with staff comments and the provision of the lots of the home size? Aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, motion passes 6-0. Congratulations and enjoy your development. And hopefully we'll help out the rest of the flooding area in the area. All right. Let's see here. And I've lost my page. There we go. Well, I know. It got buried. All right, so that's 6-0 staff comments. Rice. All right, moving on, new business, subdivision plats. These are public hearings again. The Roberts Fairview School minor subdivision. A plat to create 2 lots on 5 acres at 258 Fairview School Road. Applicant is Mr. Chris Bateman. I'd invite the applicant to come forward and speak on his subdivision at this time.
I'm still waiting for TDEC approval, postponed to September 18th. I've contacted Alan Charbonneau. He has just now actually received a plat, and he anticipates actually signing it in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I saw that email. Thank you. All right, so motion to postpone that one, or? Yeah, motion to postpone from Mr. Berry.
Second.
And second from Mr. Hall. All in favor of postponement to the next meeting pending TDAC? Aye. All opposed? All right, 6-0, postponed till TDAC, next meeting. All right, Darlington Morris, Powell Road minor subdivision, a plat to create 1 lot from 156 on Powell Road. Mr. Jordan Heiss is the applicant. I would like to invite the applicant to come forward at this time.
Good evening, I'm Jordan Heiss. Basically what I'm wanting to do is we're taking 1.56 acres from basically 2 buddies of mine, and we are going to be trying to build a single family home on that 1.56 acres.
This is out Powell Road. Okay. All right. Thank you. If you have any questions, we'll call you back. This is a public hearing, so anyone in the public who would like to speak on this, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn it over to Mr. Rush for a staff report.
Yes, production, please. All right, the applicant is going to be creating 1 lot on 1.56 acres. TDEC has been approved already. Water is from TUA. Ingress, egress provides Avery Morris, which is 89.17. This is allowed. So he's giving up all his road frontage pretty much to create this property. Access is on Powell Road. Staff recommends to approve plat with DAC comments.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rush. Motions?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, and second from Mr. Berry. Approve with staff comments, correct?
Yes.
All right. Property falls in the, okay. All right, any discussion on this? All right, all in favor of the Darlington Morris Powell Road minor subdivision? Aye. Opposed? 6-0. And that's Rice and Berry. All right, Turkey Creek Major Subdivision, final plat. The plat to create 8 lots on 5.19 acres on Turkey Creek Road. Applicant is Mr. Joe Denby. Mr. Denby, if you'd like to come forward and speak on this, or Okay. That's
Good
probably
evening.
better.
Nicholas Northcutt Surveying, and I'm representing Mr. Denby on this. In this case, as you were saying, we were dividing 8 lots out of 5 acres. It's already been through the preliminary approval. All the construction plans have been reviewed and approved. And to Mr. Sadler's point earlier, this was another example of where there was a lot of off-site water coming through this property that Mr. Denby has been very accommodating to put additional infrastructure in to help alleviate some of that situation. So anyway, we're just coming in with final approval since he's already addressed all of the other issues. And so we're seeking approval. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, this is a public hearing, so I'll invite the public to come forward at this time and speak on the Turkey Creek major subdivision. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and move on to the staff report. Mr. Rush?
Yes, this has been in front of the Planning Commission for about 3 months. We went from preliminary, we divided the lots, went preliminary, then we went internally for the construction. We're creating 8 lots, meet zoning and subdivision requirements. Water, sewer, and electric will be TUA. Like you just heard, stormwater is be reduced by 50%, so staff recommends to approve final plat with DAC comments.
All right, thank you. Motion? Motion to approve, subject to staff comments. Mr. Sellers and Mr. Berry. Any discussion on this?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just for GP, and so somebody doesn't come back and be jerky about it later. I do know Mr. Denby, and I do consider him a friend, and no, I have no interest in this property. Get that on the record before I vote.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll call the vote then. All in favor of the approval of the Turkey Creek Estates major subdivision, final plat? Aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, 6-0. That was Sellers and Berry, right? All right, Short Springs major subdivision pre-plat. A plat to create 99 lots on 50 acres located on Short Springs Road. The applicant is Mr. Alan Howard.
Yes, my name is Garth Seagroves. I'm an attorney here in town. I represent Mr. Alan Howard on this matter. I'll be pretty brief at this point. Mr. Alan Howard has purchased this property before the board today. It's titled the Howard Short Springs Road. I think informally everyone knows this as the Kennedy property. Mr. Howard has been a developer in Coffee County, Manchester, the county, everywhere for a number of years now. He has informed me that during his development, there never has been a devaluation of property of houses near or adjacent to any of his properties. I know that at this point in time, all requirements have been met at this preliminary stage, and I'm sure that any questions that this board may have or anybody else can be answered by Mr. Sadler, the engineer who's spoken today, and also Mr. Northcutt as well.
All right, thank you. All right, this is a public hearing, so at this time, go ahead, sorry.
Hey, Nicholas Northcutt again. I just wanted to further add that all of these lots, or not all of them, but the vast majority of the lots within this development are above the minimum. All drainage has been looked at. There, has been a preliminary drainage study, so as Mr. Sadler was said, there's multiple detention basins on this property to make sure that there's no drainage affecting any of the neighboring properties. And we think it's going to be a very nice development. Mr. Howard is interested wherever possible to do as minimum disturbance to the property as is possible and to leave the natural, to leave as much privacy as is possible to leave within the adjoining subdivisions. That is Mr. Howard's interest, is to make this as nice a division as possible but still retain the privacy. But anyway, there again, all lots over the minimum size, drainage looked at, traffic looked at, and the plat that you have before you today does meet all of your requirements, and we are seeking approval. Thank you.
Thank you. You got anything? All right, I'm going to open the public hearing for anyone that would like to come forward this time. You're limited to 2 minutes. Thank you. Or, no, I'm sorry, 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for being here. My name's Patty Dean. I live at 419 Albemarle Drive. I'm here to comment on the Howard plat. I appreciate what the city engineer has tried to dabble with some of the drainage issues. I appreciate that Mr. Howard thinks that this is going to be really great and beautiful. The density, basically double the density size, is a major concern to me. However, what I wanted to comment on with my background as a geologist is that looking at the topographic contours and the proposed drainage easements, tweaked as they may be, drainage off this property relies on easements within the existing Blantonwood and Macon Manor developments. It will flow through existing Macon Manor easements. This adds to the already overburdened drainage within Macon Manor. My second point also relates to drainage, but more importantly, conserving Tullahoma's quality of life. Lots 41, 42, and 53 to 64, located on the southern section of the property, largely follows what is labeled on the plat as buffer area. This buffer area follows a wide yet steep sided stream bed that serves as the outflow from large parts of Macon Manor to Bobo Creek and then out to Normandy Lake, part of our drinking water supply. During large rainstorms, this creek becomes a raging, turbulent river with water outside what might be considered its banks. As you can see from the Google Earth image below, this area is also wooded with mature forest and associated wildlife habitat. The Howard development would require the removal of all of these trees and installation of a massive concrete pipeline to fill in this stream valley for the proposed lots and road development. I know that large moving equipment, a lot of concrete, and a lot of money can reshape the topography of anything a developer wants. My challenge to you is to consider the unknown effect of such a massive project on surrounding watersheds, surrounding neighborhoods, and ultimately the loss of another forest and wildlife corridor that will impact the quality of life for residents in Tullahoma. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dean.
Greg Broussard, 302 Huntington Place. The lots on the Kennedy property do not assimilate in any shape, form, or fashion the lots around Blantonwood, Brookfield, and Macon Manor. Bottom line, my backyard will have 2 homes behind it, as will many of the homes. That's the minimum. Some homes will have 2.5 homes behind them. One of the property owners in Blantonwood will have 4 homes behind their property line. As Mr. Sellers said, we should look at the width so that it'll assimilate the surrounding subdivisions. The minimum acreage for the subdivisions, and I've already looked it up, in Brookfield, Macon Manor, and Blantonwood is a ½ acre, minimum. If you want to assimilate in our neighborhoods, instead of 99 lots on this Kennedy property, it should be 50. That would be ½ acre lots. It'll assimilate to the width of our properties, and I think it should be rejected because it will not assimilate in our neighborhoods. We pay ungodly amount for property taxes. I spoke to many people, and they said, this is our life work. Our home is our life work. And to put these high-density boxed homes behind us, it does not assimilate to our neighborhoods. It's not fair, it's not right. And yes, our property values will decrease. And I think this board should reconvene, I think what Marvin Sellers said was spot on. This board does have the right to adjust to the values of the people here in Tullahoma. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
My name is Herman Cubits, 409 Albemarle Drive. I just wanted to remind everyone, earlier on today, the city engineer talked about the drainage issues of this subdivision, and that I think it was obvious to everyone that he didn't have a high degree of confidence, especially in the narrow part of the plat, when he was highlighting different areas on the plat earlier today. I think it's something that needs to be looked into a little bit more, and I appreciate your concern. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Holly Parks, 206 Huntington Place. I had a whole thing written up until Scott St. John did his demonstration, and he himself said that they were missing an easement for drainage. Since that easement's not there, I don't see how y'all could approve it, because it is obvious after what he said that it needs to be there, and it's not. So based on that alone, I think it needs to be shelved until at least that is fixed. But I live in Brookfield Estates, and my lot backs up to this proposed subdivision. All the surrounding neighborhoods down Short Springs and Country Club all have homes of similar square footage on similar lot sizes. Having this development of small, tightly packed in homes will negatively affect the property value of the entire area. We're on a lot and a half. We're going to have over 4 lots baked just right in our backyard. With a development consisting of 99 homes, it's safe to assume each home will have a minimum of 1 vehicle. At the very least, that's almost 100 more cars daily going down Kings Lane and Country Club, both of which have a school zone. The school zones, especially in the afternoon, completely block both Kings Lane and Country Club, where traffic is horrendous. You can't even get emergency vehicles through there. Speeders are going through. We don't have enough police officers to monitor because of the influx of all these new developments. A 100-home development would definitely exacerbate this already issue. On July 7th, Tullahoma City Schools posted on their Facebook page 36 empty positions. That was less than a month before school started. So if we don't even have, if we're 36 staff short, where are we going to get the staff to cover all these new developments if we can't even take care of the kids that we currently have enrolled? There's a large floodplain at the back of this property. It's currently a field and forest filled with trees, but most importantly, topsoil. If y'all have been following anything going on out west, you can see what happens when there's no topsoil. Look at Death Valley, look at Vegas, they're flooding. What do you think is going to happen here? All these studies, I don't know how they are done, but it's easy to say, oh yeah, the drainage is great when there's topsoil. What happens when that's gone and there's a road and driveways and porches, when all that topsoil is gone? It's going to exacerbate this, and if y'all, I have neighbors that weren't able to be here that have pictures where their yards are flooded, and it's only going to get worse. I could go on and on about why this is a bad idea. I just want to be sure that our kids are taken care of, that traffic is taken care of, and our infrastructure can keep up, and we're not there. We're not even close to being there. All these developments coming up like this, we've got to get it together and get our infrastructure before we start approving these large, high-density areas. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Parks.
Hi, I'm Natalie Stewart. I live at in Macon Manor, 430 Brunswick Court, and I have nothing planned, but I do have one of the development installed drainage canals behind my house, and somebody spoke earlier about who maintains that once the developer leaves, and I know that in our subdivision that's been an issue, because once the developer leaves, then it's, you know, who's maintaining this, and it's at least a yearly event that the entire subdivision in the central part of this is filled with water. So the idea that there's going to be a development that's going to be draining into Macon Manor is a really big concern to me. So, and I know there's probably a lot of homes that are more affected than mine even. So mean, where does that leave? This is my life work, owning this home, and it's a big deal to me, so I would just ask the commission to consider that.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Henry Sizemore. I live at 110 Huntington Place. I noticed that the developments make a great issue with retention ponds. When this is all over with, who is responsible for maintaining the retention ponds? Who is responsible if something bad happens, like a child falls into one of them and drowns? Who pays for that? I hope you guys aren't accepting liability for the city for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sizemore.
Kenny Sadler again. I just wanted to point out some of the issues that are concerns here for everyone. And about how the city of Tullahoma works. I'm not working for the city of Tullahoma, but these issues that we're talking about here are from developments that basically, to the point that was just made, it's an issue because there's not enough easements in place. But today, when we do this, we have to have easements. There's not a missing easement on the plat from Mr. Northcutt. What Mr. St. John was pointing out is there's a given easement of 15 feet all the way around the property. Those are not shown, and they're not supposed to be shown. So it's not missing, it's just that you don't see it on the plat. But it is a continual easement around the lots. In addition to that, we have more easements and, again, 4 detention ponds. But the developer and the HOA are bound to doing the laws. If there's an HOA involved, the developer is responsible for all the easements on these developments. So the city hasn't had much recourse on previous developments that are done and done incorrectly or done with no engineering at all. But today it's not that way. So today when you do the design, you have to do drainage detention design. You do maintenance agreement easements that the owner has to sign. If the owner sells that, then the next buyer has to sign it. So the city has all these items in place because of all the problems that you're hearing about from the neighbors, and they are real problems. They do have drainage problems, and so the city has taken steps to correct those. So now there's maintenance agreements, detention agreements, separate from that. I mean, Nina could tell you, there's a list of paperwork that the developer is bound to. So and this gives the city recourse because now the developer signs saying they will be responsible for this and the next guy will be responsible for it. The city is able to go back on them and enforce that information. But on the drainage, and I'm happy to get up there and talk about any part of it that anyone has a question, and then I'll sit down here. But I do want to make clear, the water from this development is not going to go onto someone else's development. We are picking water up from the adjacent development and routing that down the road through pipes into detention and to the floodplain that's there now. And I also want to point out that the floodplain is not being touched. The stream buffers that we've identified are there. The buffer means that it can't be touched. There's not any lot on this development that is including a buffer or a floodplain. So all those areas remain just as they are. We've got 50.81 acres on this, and there is 9 acres of that are in buffers and floodplain that is not being touched. So it's not really accurate to say those, all the vegetation and everything's coming off. Those are not being touched. That's not changing at all. And again, the lots, there's no lot in a floodplain or in a buffer area. So I just wanted to point that out, but I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm still in the public hearing, or public hearing. Ma'am.
Hi, I'm Yvonne Bridges. I live at 209 Blantonwood Drive. On the diagram, it's referred to as Lot 13. We were the second family to pick out a lot when Charles Yoakley developed this subdivision. I watched all the houses go up. I was one of the last to get to build. I watched the houses that join Blantonwood in this subdivision that's in Macon Manor. All these houses that have gone up over the years. We were able to move in May of 1995. We've been there with our family ever since. And when we first moved in, if I took you to my back on my deck, blindfolded, you would not even know you were in a subdivision. It has been great. We did try to contact Dr. Kennedy before we built the house because we wanted to set our house back as far as we could because we liked the area, the school zones, but, you know, we don't want people real close, I'll say. Yet, I'm going to be gaining backdoor neighbors, which I've not ever had in that subdivision. A total of 4 1/3 houses are going to join my lot. We select, like I said, we were the second family to select a lot. We selected that lot because it's the largest in the subdivision. Not because it was the most desirable, but it was the largest. We thought we could keep our distance. But this is taking care of that. I agree that the smaller homes and lots and everybody jammed in there together will decrease all of our value on our home. And, you know, I've been happy to see the 3-story houses go up behind me because all I see is the value of my house increasing. But I dare say my house has not decreased any of their values either. So this does bother me. I've lived in my little paradise for quite some time. And the guy mentioned that he was going to do all he could do to help us keep our privacy. Well, I would love a chance to buy that section of woods that joins my woods so I wouldn't have to have anybody next to me. I am not against people. I have worked with people and been with people all my life. I'm a people person. But I don't have to pull my blinds on one side of my house every day or every night. I don't have to deal with everybody's kids. Okay, I've raised mine, I dealt with mine. We just can't see having 4 1/3 extra neighbors is not going to affect our life. And to say that we've paid taxes, you bet we have. We have put everything that we've had into this and raised our family here. And I hope and pray that somehow you all can vote this down. I know that I'll probably gain more neighbors than most, especially in Blantonwood, since that's where my land is, along the backside. I have no road frontage. You know, I understand that. But 4 1/3, that's a lot of people. At least 3 to 4 people in each one of those houses. And like someone talked about the wildlife and all that, deer and all the trees, it about drove us crazy to tear down the trees to build our house. But we had to in order to build the house. But we kept as many of our trees as we could. So I really hope you'll come up with a little bit of a different method to help us keep our privacy policy between the 2 subdivisions. because 4 houses in my backyard is not going to be good for me. And like I said, we tried to buy the wooded area before we built our house, and Dr. Kennedy would not respond to us. Well, I'm a lot older now, and I really do not want any more land, even if it was up for sale to individuals. But I do like the trees back there. We did realize that someday it would probably be developed, but I did not expect it to be developed at this level. I hope you all will look at this and see what it's doing to the families that have lived there most of their life.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bridges.
Mike Barnes, 901 12 Oaks Road. I didn't prepare anything, but since it wasn't mentioned, I was just going to make a request. As you go in your discussion phase for this development, I noticed in the packet that one of the things that was called out, and it was described in some of the notes, and there was some additional language about the secondary access, but also the fire lane. And the fire lane was, and just because it looked unusual to me, I just wanted to, as you go in your discussion, if you could talk a little bit about how that's supposed to work. It was referenced as being a fire lane at the back of the lots, but not actually a street. You were very clear to call that out as not being a city street. And I just was wanting to know how that was proposed and how that was to work as a secondary method for a fire lane for the neighborhood. And then also how the stub at the rear of the property that would potentially be going on to agricultural land, how that serves as a secondary entrance. So just as you go in your discussion phase, if you would. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Parks.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Parks at 206 Huntington Place. I'm here today to voice some concerns I see with the proposed Short Spring subdivision to add 99 homes between Blantonwood and Brookfield neighborhoods. The proposed design calls for a fire lane, forced main sewer line, drainage trenches, and a retaining area all along the border with Brookfield. Much of this borderline is wooded with many large trees. Does the city accept the responsibility for trees damaged near the boundary when this proposed main sewer line is cut into the ground through established tree root systems? Who is going to pay for the removal of these large trees that may become dangerous when they are structurally harmed by this development? Will it be the people in Brookfield having to pay if the impacted tree is on the property line or is one of theirs near it? Does the developer or city plan to remove all these trees that could be impacted because they could become a danger to people, falling over? These are some of the questions I hope this commission and the city are asking before there's harm done, and people, like arborists and tree lawyers who specialize in such matters have to be involved. Has there been any environmental impact studies done to investigate the potential harm to neighboring trees these proposed utilities for the new subdivision could cause? What sort of water studies have been done to see if proposed drainage is adequate and what impact could have on neighboring properties and towards Bobo Creek? With the way it looks, with the way the sewer goes down and forced back up or whatever, and all the water there in that floodplain, it looks, on paper, there's potential for it just to be known as Boo Boo Creek in the future, with a mix of, sewage and storm runoff. Just really concerned with that. As a citizen of Tullahoma, I'm very concerned for the environmental impacts that this proposed development could have on the surrounding neighborhoods and the potential liabilities it could just open up for the city. I'm there in Brookfield. If you look like 10 and 11, the way it's laid out, I'm going to probably have 4 new neighbors behind me, which pretty much, I guess, triples. I have now 6. I have 2 now. So that's a concern. I love the ideas of protecting property values, similar lot sizes. And I know it's hard to come up with approximately the same or whatever, but y'all can come up with metrics that say within 10% or whatever home sizes within that. Some sort of equation, some sort of metrics to define that better for developers who want to develop and make everybody happy and protect their home sizes. And people have brought up traffic studies, and I read the traffic study, which, I understand that, like, it was done on one day, manually, on August 3rd. It was manually counted. It uses some data with that versus, like, and along with a TDOT station that's on down Short Springs, like away from really where all the traffic is, from all the subdivisions or whatever. It's like, way on down, toward, I guess, where that goes. But, so anybody that goes down Short Springs Road there, Kings Lane, anywhere around that area during school zones, when it's in the morning or afternoon, the traffic is horrible. And so I really wish y'all to think about that. And also, somebody had mentioned the fire lane. I mean, that seemed very odd that you have a fire lane that only covers the first 4, lots, and then comes back around to where I guess they're going to have a mailbox station or something like that. It just seems odd. I would think a fire lane would need to go all the way down to the property, maybe connect with the road somewhere on down. But I don't know. I'm not a fire person or know about what regulations are. But that seemed odd. Just things for y'all to consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Lorna Rackler. I live in Brookfield Subdivision, 205 Huntington Place. I was wondering what the average home size is of our group at Brookfield in that area. Average home size. So you don't know what that is? Yes, on this development. Okay. And I heard one of you say something about you could, Mr. Sellers was talking about making the lot size kind of compatible with ours. And one of you said, I'm not sure, Mr. Rice, I think, was saying that couldn't you just have them go back and reset the lot sizes? But I don't know why you couldn't do that. And 50 sounds a lot better than however many, 90 or 100 or whatever. And also, I reiterate what they're saying about the school traffic. It's terrible. There needs to be some lights out there already. Some kind of lights, like stoplights or something. I don't know, but I don't know if you'd put one out there, but the traffic's terrible on on Short Spring Country Club, also on Kings Lane. It's terrible out there. I don't know if y'all been out there at school traffic time, and we probably need to have some more traffic guards out there. Totally agree with that, but I would like you to think about the fact that you could make these lot sizes bigger than they are, and we would like to know also, before you vote on this, what size homes are going to be going up there. Also, I can't imagine if the lot sizes are like a third acre, that you're putting 2,000 square foot homes on that lot size. Can't imagine that. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening to me.
My name's Robert Barnes. I live at 102 Blantonwood Drive. I've got a couple of concerns that kind of different from most people. And one, I just got a chance to look at these traffic studies and all this briefly before it comes, so I may have this wrong, but on the traffic growth rate, it had 0.06%, if I'm correct, and I'm not sure, which was, they said, minimum. Well, if you do it from 2018 to 2022, it's 6.1%. So it's actually a lot more than what the study shows. They did it for 10 years, so if you do it from 18 to 22, it's actually a growth rate of 6%. Talk about the property values. The last 3 houses, if I'm not wrong, that sold in Blantonwood, $499,000, $499,000, $499,000, $516,000. I surely hope that this new subdivision don't make those property values go down. Also, the school, And I may ask you, what did you say the number of students, how y'all figure that?
0.25 students per new house.
Okay, if you do Tullahoma's, it's 0.5. If you take the total number of residents, divide by the total number of students, you get 0.5. So that's 48 students in that subdivision.
Just a point of clarity there, that's not the same metric.
Well, how do you get it?
If you're taking residents and dividing students, then that's not the same as household, a new house.
Well, households are 8,000, if you want households, 8,338 households, and you got 3,618 students, if you want to do it that way, in Tullahoma. Because you got 2.5 people per household in Tullahoma. So, you can do it any way you want to. But that's 48 students. Take a few in that subdivision. Robert E. Lee is at 479 students. That's a 6% increase in the last 5 years. The number of teachers they have are the same. East is 424 students. Tullahoma High School is 1,103 students. That's a 6% increase with a decrease of 11% teachers. So, there's a lot of concerns in this town that need to be met, and when y'all do this, you need to address them all, just not where somebody can do a subdivision or not, or where it's okay. And you've got to consider the schools, the traffic growth, and the joining property and all these things. So I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you. But if there's anybody else, let them go, and then you guys can address any questions. But all right, see, anybody, last chance. All right, Mr. Northcott.
Hey, I just wanted to address a couple of the questions that were brought up regarding the fire lane and the stub out street. So the fire lane is a requirement, from the fire department. So we're meeting that requirement, by tying it in along with the mailbox kiosk. As far as the stub out, we, put the stub out there as a requirement as well, but to improve connectivity, for future connectivity to it. Right now, what that's intended to be is there will be a cul-de-sac on that stub out. So the portion of the cul-de-sac which would, bulge into the lot, we have left that under easement rather than permanent right-of-way. And that would be so that if the road is ever connected up to it, that the person that's in that last lot could do away with the pavement, and then it would just be a through street. And so we put that in easement rather than permanent right-of-way, but it is intended to be a permanent cul-de-sac until the time that there's a road connected up to it. And we can answer any other questions on those if you have them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing. We'll turn it over to Mr. Rush for the staff report.
Yes, thank you. It's currently zoned R1. It's on 50 acres and 99 lots. Proposed connectivity score is 1.5 fire lane through lots 1 through 4 with also a stub out. Meets current fire code. Water runs onto the property, not away from it. Meets zoning and subdivision ordinances. Meets preliminary plat requirements. TUA is going to do all utilities. Traffic study, no impact. Staff recommends to approve with DAC comments.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Rush. All right. Motion.
All motion for discussion.
All right. Approve with staff comments.
Yeah, because you can't make a negative motion. I guess you could prefer not to.
All right. Second. Second from Mr. Hall. All right. Discussion. Mr. Barrett, your motion. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. One, let's just start here. So is it state law or local law that 31 or more you have to have 2 ingresses a year?
So it's technically state law since they adopted the ICC fire codes for 2018, the state of Tennessee. We have the fire department on hand, so I'm sure they can answer that question better than I can.
Larry Sloan, Acting Fire Chief. Under the current fire code in the state of Tullahoma, that Tullahoma adopted, and also the state of Tennessee, any subdivision that has more than 29 lots has to have a second means of egress and entry.
And the intent of that, I don't want to assume, so I'm going to ask, is so we don't get into a situation where, say, a storm comes and knocks down trees or it blocks, so that we are able to access the other part. And this may be a question for them versus you. I don't know how this, if something happens and we're blocked here, how do we access all the way back here?
Under the fire code, when they had the stub out, the fire lane was an addition that the developer made. And I'm going by correspondence with the fire marshal, who couldn't be with us tonight, but that was a concession that the developer made. They didn't necessarily have to do it because of the stub out into the Anderson property, given that that's eventually going to be maybe developed, and that would provide the second means of egress and entry.
Okay.
But I agree that that is limited access, but
and say that there, and I'm asking not from a planning standpoint, right, but from fire and getting, say that there is, this area has, I think the past 2 almost tornadoes and damages have been through in this area, right? And it seems to be a trend. I don't want to base it off a trend, but it is a concern that, maybe there is a stub through Anderson Farms, but say, that's farmland. It's, and for whatever reason, you can't, you're going to have to drive through farmland to get to here. And it, I guess more to here discussion is, I think the stub may, and somebody said this earlier, it may meet a requirement, but to me, it doesn't seem that meets the actual intent or reason behind having 2 ways to access. It seems like a safety issue to me.
Well, the interim city administrator may be able to provide some background on this because he's been here longer than I have. But I believe the stub out, not to throw you on the bus, but I believe the stub out was based on previous precedent, was it not, Mr. Pearson? That's the way I understand it. It was done for other developments in the past. Therefore, you set a precedent.
We've been doing this since 2019, pretty much. So this has been in front of the Planning Commission since 2019 is a thing, that this has been allowed on previous plats.
Okay, I should defer.
I remember doing it at least once, I think.
Is it allowed as in a fire lane?
So the stub out is allowed because technically it is agricultural, but it would one day develop. Per fire code, I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not a firefighter, that they have to have 2 depending on how big the lot is. You have 99 lots going in, so they have to have 1 and then they have to have an additional 1. That's how it's been in the past, and we have actually allowed that. The Planning Commission has.
And all the circumstances have been the same, right?
Yes.
Like as far as there's really been no other access period back. I just can't see the fire engines going through. They can, right? Probably, hopefully, I hope. That's a real big concern for me, and I don't know that I can get past that. I have others, but I've used some time there, so I'll go around. But that's a big concern for me is I just feel like that doesn't, because say that does catch fire back here, we are really close to other homes on both sides, right? So that's a fire safety for those homes as well. And yeah, I give up for now. Sorry, thank you for that.
Yes.
Mr. Pearson, you were recognized there. I don't know if you wanted to speak on that or not, but. Okay.
Said exactly.
I just wanted to give you the opportunity.
Anything over 30 lots or more. Anything 30 lots or more would have two access.
Okay.
At least.
All right, thanks. I just wanted to give you the opportunity in case you were sitting there waiting your turn patiently. All right, Mr. Sellers.
So I do have the fire code here. It says, where there are more than, and this is from section 107, one or two family dwelling residential elements, where there are more than 30 dwelling units, so you could do 30, it's not 30 or more, it's more than 30, on a single public or private fire apparatus access road, and all dwelling units are equipped throughout with automatic sprinklers in accordance with the fire code. Access from two directions is not required, so you could put sprinklers in there. This was a comment that Mary Samaniego had made before. It said the number of dwelling units on a single fire apparatus access road shall not be increased unless fire apparatus access roads will connect with future development as determined by the fire official code. Now, I guess my comment is that currently the Anderson Farm is not approved. It is. Well, I lost it there. Stand by. Get it right.
D107.
Yeah, D107.1. The number of dwelling units on a single fire apparatus access road shall not be increased unless fire apparatus access roads will connect with future development, which would be through the stub, as determined by the fire code official. But as you've said, and as I was looking at this, the stub is going onto property that's still not approved for development because it's still agriculture. So I would say that if it were zoned R1, then that might apply, that would be the case. But I don't think that because it's still zoned agriculture, it's been denied by the board to be zoned R1. It's not valid to be able to use that. So I was going to comment on this that you brought up, and that this should not have more than 30 lots unless the builder's willing to put in automatic sprinklers in to cover that back through the back section. I have another separate discussion on the stormwater, if there's anything else about that. If you got those pictures. So I went down and looked at, as I commented earlier to the city engineer, I went down and looked at the back end of Macon Manor, and what you're seeing up in the top left is the creek area where all the water from all Macon Manor, Blantonwood eventually runs down, and also the new proposed area would go through, and that's a deep creek through there. And I was told that at that point, just a few weeks ago, that was probably, was it 30 or 50 feet wide, I believe, across there where the water was running through there. It was almost coming over the road to the lots that are in front of this. This is the area that backs up to it. The picture below on the right is where what they call the drainage easements, which is not much, which I have questions about that. That's a little ditch that runs up, and I walked all the way along and up around Macon to the lots behind it. It's not a very big ditch, but all that water from this proposed property falls down into that little creek and comes down here before it ties into the large creek. And I think I have one more set of pictures. So the upper right picture is where it's coming in from the subdivision. The house is up above. It comes down. There's two large concrete culverts that go underneath the road there, and then let's see. I'm trying to tell can't tell what the middle picture was. But the water comes down through that and then goes across, and I see the upper left picture. You can see the two culverts where that comes out and goes into that creek area. So this is all issues, and there's a lot of debris in there from where the water's flowed. This is where I'm concerned about how all the water, I know you're talking about addressing that, but I guess I'm concerned that the easements are not going to be, if they're just a small ditch, that's not going to cut it based on what I've seen here. And I hope that there will be some serious studies on this to try to realize what's going on right there and not affect the flow onto the existing properties.
Yes, sir, we're bypassing those because of that, where they didn't have any detention on that development. So that's what the point I was making, is we have easements and 4 detention ponds that get all the drainage back to the back, rather than trying to tie into existing ditches that go on someone else's property. We're wanting to abandon any of that because of the condition that they have. So again, we're trying to have a 4 detention basin design on this development to prevent having to tie into their existing problem.
Thank you. Apologize. I've got people bothering me about another commitment that I have. All right. Did you get everything you needed there, Marvin?
Yeah, I believe that we should postpone this until more studies. The one thing that I haven't got into yet, which will come up later on the next topic, is the comment that was made about this is probably I think the 3rd subdivision we've added that's almost 100 lots. There's the one over near Lake Hills, and then it seemed like there's another, I can't remember which one it is, in the last probably year and a half, and nothing has been addressed about the impact to schools, police, fire, services for the city, and I think we should postpone this one as well as the next one until the board has time to get input. I've asked for many of our administrators here, the police, fire, public works, schools, to come tonight, not right now, but on the next topic, to talk about the impact, because in our packets for every one of these since I've been on this board, I see no comments, no comments, no comments. And that's got to stop, because we know there's going to be impacts. There's got to be impacts. We need to have that information before we make these decisions. And I think you brought it up already, that we need to start talking about impact fees. I think this is a significantly large development. The next one's a significantly large development. I don't think we should be looking at those until we've had time to get through the study session and have input from our city leaders to address the impact that this is going to have, because there is going to be tax money that comes in, but it's only going to cover sustaining what we're going to have to implement. The investment for firehouses, police cars, teachers, school rooms, all that is going to have to be paid for, and if we don't tackle it now, then the citizens that are here are going to carry the burden of that through increased taxes. So I propose that we postpone this until a time that the city can come together and talk about how this is going to impact the complete city.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
All right, I had a motion to postpone. Do I have a second? All right, seeing no second.
Might be a comment on that after everybody else.
Okay, I mean...
I got a comment.
I feel you. I'm with you.
Mr. Rush, go ahead, and then I'll...
Just to address some of those comments, we have all department heads here tonight. They can address those issues that we have. Just because you see no comments doesn't mean that they haven't already addressed their comments with the developer, applicant, and myself included. We spend hours upon hours making sure that everything is to the design standards that Tullahoma has laid out.
Right, thank you. And to another point to your comment there, Marvin, is all of this impact and stuff like that, I mean, that's what the 2011, 2040, whatever, that's our comprehensive plan that says this is where our land use is and the impact that we take to develop this land. And this is in coordinates with that. And so it meets those needs. And that's kind of that's the driving vision of, if you will, of where we're at, what we're trying to do, or what the developers are trying to do, and how we can hold them accountable for their development. So this is consistent with that plan. And so, you know, all those things, the expanding schools, the fire and stuff like that, I mean, that's being in the out years. So, yeah, you can respond to me.
Okay. So I understand you've had discussions with them and it meets requirements, but I don't see anything in our packet. So the only place that this gets considered is here in the Planning Commission. Am I wrong? That this is what I see the other planning commissions are doing, that when they have large developments, the Planning Commission is the one that decides on impact fees. Am I wrong?
I believe that's...
So, yes.
We cannot make judgments on that if we don't have that information. If you have that information, then please share it with us, because I don't have that information of you know, especially the next development. How much it's going to impact. I'm sorry, you go ahead.
Okay. So if you're going to actually do impact fees, it will not apply to this applicant, because our zoning ordinance and our subdivision ordinance is already in place. They meet that requirement. If you want to have actually a study session for the future of developments, none that are actually tonight, we can do this, but the rules apply to them currently as it's written.
All right.
I withdraw my motion then.
All right. Well, yeah.
To kind of piggyback on the end of that, you know, I agree that if conversations are made, you know, things may be resolved, but I think the board needs to know, you know, what things were discussed. You know, you don't have to have a 5-page document or something, but something saying, you know, we met, we talked about blank, they did or did not do whatever, no comment. If there were conversations, there were comments, so just a basic description of the comments. And then again, it just because it meets regulations, I worry about the fire egress there. Again, the stub out, who knows when that might be developed, if it'll be developed. I worry about, you know, the safety of the back of that property and the people there, especially as traffic and everything increases. That fire lane is not much different than having just one entrance, because it's barely any different than the regular entrance itself, and goes four lots into the development. So I have a real issue with that. I don't maybe have as many issues with the stormwater. I feel like they've tried to address it best possible, is what it seems to me. But I have an issue with the fire lane.
Correct, and we've actually addressed those. What is it, myself, Butch Taylor, Nick Kimbrough, we all got together and actually made sure those actually meet the requirement. So that plat that's sitting in front of us actually are all the comments that we've had, and that's reflected.
I mean, it's an iterative approach, right? I mean, you guys have constant discussion.
Yes, we have DAC every Wednesday, and they've come to it. What is it? We sat there for about 2 hours, Butch, actually going over all the plats before you tonight to make sure, and fire was there, just to make sure all the requirements are met. They have been met. I mean, all the concerns have been addressed. I understand that there are concerns, but that's why we have the rules that are laid out, right? I mean, that's put out by the ICC for fire. I would argue that they probably understand fire better than I understand fire, right? So those are the rules. Those are the experts in the field.
I still, yes, it means sometimes things meet the requirement, but it doesn't always mean it's right. And we've seen other developments, I think we might have passed on them. They had a fire lane coming in from a separate road, you know, that's fine with me, but I still have issues, even though, yes, it may meet requirements, that may be true, but fire department, do you feel this is sufficient, and do you feel safe with the backside of this lot being protected?
Again, Larry Sloan, acting fire chief. I'll be 100% honest with you. When I had this discussion with Fire Marshal Kimbrough about the fire lane and the coming in with the mail kiosk, I was under the impression that the mail kiosk was going to be a little bit farther into the subdivision than what is actually represented on the plot. Again, it does meet the code from a black and white perspective. It meets the letters of the law. Is it practical? Probably not quite as much as it could be if it was a little farther into the intersection or into the subdivision. But again, I can only base on what is written in the code.
Thank you.
Anything else? Mr. Comer, do you have anything? Mr. Comer, do you have any comments on this? I'll go around here and we'll get this.
Well, the one thing that I was concerned about when I first reviewed this was this fire code, and I assumed that stub out was the answer, plus the fire lane. I agree with I understand rather what the chief was saying a while ago, that this meets the letter of the law, but it's probably not sufficient to be safe. So I do have some concern about the fire lane part of it. I think that there was a little bit of uncertainty in what Scott St. John said concerning the drainage study. I think there probably should be a little bit more refinement of the drainage situation. And maybe it's there, maybe it just wasn't presented clearly tonight. But obviously they've done a lot of work on the drainage, and perhaps they have a good plan. I just don't think it came across as a good plan tonight. If we postpone this thing, we've got to pretty much do it at our next meeting, because if we don't do anything within 60 days, I believe it is, it's automatically approved. So I could support postponing it one meeting, but we need to really, if we are, we need to come back prepared to take some action at the next meeting.
I have the same comment about this as the other property, in that you've heard the comments already that the lot widths on this is really not consistent with subdivisions on either side, and I still think that it's not right that we are allowing higher density in here like this and taking away from the other ones. I don't have other than that's my personal comment. There's nothing I can say about the regulations. I think we should have changed the regulations last year to have made this clear when we had the opportunity. But that's just my comment.
I think I've said everything I need to.
Let's go around.
Yeah, I've got concern with I think it's a safety issue on the fire lane. So I'm okay with postponing, but I think that we do it with specific instruction, right, and not just kind of a general open. I'll comment on some other, and we'll probably dig into more of this next time. I also want to say, we had said some things to you about tonight. Well, if there's no comment, there was a conversation, that's never been a precedent, right? So I think we need to make that clear that you didn't do anything wrong. It had never been asked for until this moment right here. So I want to be clear on that, and to anybody watching, I don't want them to think you didn't do your part there. And I'm not super concerned, I have, in this room, I'm wearing a different hat, right? I'm wearing a planning commissioner hat, but I do also wear the elected official hat, an alderman hat. And so I I probably have a little bit more access to some of the different departments and have conversations that maybe a lot don't have. TUA, I'm not overly concerned about TUA infrastructure, right? Before a single, number one, developers, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is when you put in a development, you're paying for all of that sewage infrastructure. If you've got to put in pumps, you're not only buying those pumps from TUA, there's other fees that go along later down the road to maintain and do pieces of that. So the developers are paying for that new sewage, water, wastewater infrastructure. So that's not a concern of mine as far as city goes. Not only that, TUA now has fees, right? So in my understanding is before you even blow a piece of dirt anywhere, you know, this one, for instance, you're paying them $198,000 for the right to pay for all of this new sewage, and it's $49,500 in the water capacity fees and $148,500, and my math could be incorrect, for wastewater. So when it comes to the TUA's got it figured out, I think, at this point, as far as providing that infrastructure and who lays it out. School system, I'm going to have to go off the formula that the school system and the state uses, and so this adds about 24.75 kids, a development of this size. And in talking, I've sat down and had conversations with the director of schools and with the board. I'm the school liaison at that point, and so we communicate fairly frequently, and they're not, it's concerned, right, but it's not as big of a, oh crap, what are we going to do? Because it's not an all-at-once thing, and the school system has plans for these pieces. One of those being the Ferris School that we are hopefully going to be breaking ground on soon or sometime. You know, that will, my understanding, alleviate some of the load on some of those other schools, because we'll be bringing some pieces in there. But the school system does have a plan for those pieces. Fire and police is always you probably hear me harp more on police than anything else and making sure they've got, I believe that our number one job above everything else, whether it's this board or the BOMA, is public safety, period. And so police and fire are always at the top of my list, and everything else just gets I won't say what's left, but to me, it's not as high as a priority. So police is always an issue for me. But when you do add, which is why I'm not as concerned with lot size, I am to a point, right? Because we do need to maintain some of that. There's not 100% guarantee that you're always going to maintain the exact same yard, but there is some, right? But we should never, two reasons, property value. We should never reduce your property value. So I'm okay with the lower lot size. High density to me doesn't just scream lower property value, as long as you can get a commitment on size. The second reason property value is important to me is because when I do look at these things, I think, oh great, we're going to need more police, we're going to need more fire. So those are things that are, if I were to approve this, I would say, you know, same as we did last time, and let's get minimum home sizes. But that just addresses some of the concerns that I had talked about and kind of where my headspace is and how I think about the different infrastructure pieces. Roads, I don't understand the traffic study. And Mr. Barnes, you had reached out to me. There were recently some camera devices or something on stop signs near Blanton Wood and down, I'm assuming that was this traffic study, maybe, or no? Or we're still trying to figure?
They did video the traffic study. I wasn't the traffic engineer, but he did video those. Okay.
There were some cameras that went up and disappeared, and that's what that was. I do, as far as the traffic study, I get it and I see that, but I go out and watch our school zones randomly in the mornings to see what's happening there and to catch traffic in busy times. And, you know, I don't know that I'm not an expert, so I can't say that I disagree with the traffic study, but I do think adding 99 times 1.5 vehicles to that does increase traffic probably more than by 0.6, not 0.6, but 0.6. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm concerned about what Scott St. John had said about that little area here. I'm kind of with Bill, his, he said kind of right now, what I gathered from that is, yeah, when it comes to construction plan time, there'll be some consideration on things, but as of right now, we kind of dump and share that easement. It's kind of what I gathered from that, and that concerns me a little bit. And that was the construction plan question that I was going to have is, I feel it's tough for me to approve it based off of, we'll get that information later. It's tough for me to make it's not a lack of trust, but it's maybe it doesn't. I'm sure that it will. So what I would propose is, I'm okay with, I think, if I had to vote on it right now, I'd deny. I'd say no, because I'm not comfortable with, I think it's a safety issue with the fire lane. That's my biggest one. Or would say let's approve on contingent that you either find a stub out to another road in the back end somewhere, or some way get that in there, or commit to putting sprinkler systems in those homes. And because and I don't even say that it meets the requirement, because I'm not 100% well versed in, I don't know how agriculture, a stub into farmland qualifies as future development. Maybe it never gets developed.
It's within the urban core of our city limits, so anything within the urban core is understood that one day it will be developed. Farmland is meant for pretty much the outside of city limits.
But it's zoned agriculture currently.
Yes.
So it's been denied prior, like a couple months ago. So I do kind of feel there that that's up in the air. If that'll ever get, I'm sure at some point it will, maybe. So I kind of see two options. Either vote on it and do what we're going to do. Either way, vote how you want to vote. If we are going to postpone, I don't think it's fair to just postpone. I think that if we postpone, we need to say we're postponing, but by next meeting, these are the questions that we have, and these are the answers that we want. So it's not just a generic up in the air, we're just coming back and having the same conversations over.
I'm looking for a motion if we're doing whatever we're doing.
I don't want to make that motion.
Chairman, you could do that. I think you could make a motion to postpone it till the next meeting, at which meeting the developer shall address the safety issue, the fire issues, and the drainage issues, and that'll give an opportunity to meet, your objections and address those.
Yeah, I mean, that's good, but the developer's already addressed
but you have addressed, you have stated concerns in addition to what you believe he's addressed already, and I believe you have a right to ask him to more further address those than he has so far.
Okay. So I would make a motion that we postpone until the next meeting, at which time we ask the developer to address the concerns that we have talked about as far as the fire lane and access to this back half, actually more than back half, back 3/4, 5/8, 7/8, as well as more information on the drainage, similar to what we just had from the other gentleman prior. And stop me if I'm out of line. A concern of mine is not so much the size of the lots, but it is the value, or square, maybe not value, but a square footage. We did it on the last one. Can we do it on this one as well? And say, give us, it doesn't have, we're not going to give you a certain one, but an idea of what that is.
You could. I would maybe invite the applicant to come forward and address some of these concerns so we don't have to postpone, if he would. Alan Howard, or representative.
Mr. Berry, I understand your concern as far as, and Mr. Comer too, as far as the drainage, but I'm not sure what the what the confusion on that is. I am the engineer for this development as well. We've run the numbers. Again, we're taking numbers from 50 cubic feet per second. We're dropping those to 45. We're taking them from 112 down to 73. I mean, we're making significant drainage improvements for this overall development with the 4 ponds and with the easements. In the area that Scott was talking about, again, we added that easement, and I think there is a misunderstanding here. When we met and we discussed those, we added that easement in there, this 25-foot minimum that goes across, I think, 6 or 7 lots. So we did address those issues from, yes, in the middle. That's right, yes. Yes, those in the middle area there, we have the water going both ways. The road is intercepting a lot of this water as well and being piped so that it doesn't get to that point and it doesn't go to the other development. So those issues were addressed with Mr. St. John.
I can ask, and maybe I just misheard, and maybe I can go back here. I thought that he had said, this is an existing, this is going into the existing ditch.
Yes, and what he's showing here, this is an existing ditch that we're trying to not add anything to. So that's why we added the detention basin here that he's got shown. That's one of the 4 detention basins. So we added that so that we're not adding water into an already flood-prone area. So that was that's what he was trying to point out.
And we had this conversation last week.
It was just the uncertainty that he had about that concerned me. And it was also when he said the things like, wait till the construction phase.
Yes, sir.
And that's what concerned me is,
yes, sir.
is the terminology that he used there.
And I understand that, but that is the city requirement. See, there's no requirement. We've gone well beyond what we've ever done on any subdivision in Tullahoma tonight. We've never done this before because there's no requirement with the city of Tullahoma to do it. There's no requirement for construction plans or studies or any of this stuff like we've done tonight on all the previous developments and subdivisions that we've done. It wasn't a requirement, but tonight we've had to do it on both of these two, even though it's not a requirement. So, but we're doing all that we can to try to make, again, the situation a better situation. And the fire lane, for instance, we were asked by Mr. Kimbrough to do that, and we did it. So, I mean, he had requested that. The Stubb Street, that's not anything we wanted to do. That's something that the city asked us to do, and we did it. So all these things that we're doing, and y'all are talking about postponing, I mean, we're doing everything we can to meet the city requirements, and whatever the city request is, we're doing that. So I don't know what else we could do. We're doing everything and then some on what the requirements are and what we're being asked to do.
I'm with you, but I think that the intent of the requirement, say the fire one, for example, the intent of that is to ensure that when something happens, that we can get down here to lot 61 to keep it, and that road's blocked, that we can get here to lot 61 to keep it from burning down lot 67, 65, and 69 on the other side, or 62 in the one. And that, I think, is a legitimate concern, is this, I don't want to say that it meets the requirement because I'm not 100% positive, and I'm not an attorney, and I don't want to say that it meets the requirement, but I definitely don't feel that it meets the color of the intent here. And that's a big, and I'll go back to, I don't know that I've ever approved. I know we may have done it in 2019, but I don't know that I have ever done a fire lane. I know we talked about it once before, but he withdrew that and went back to 30, so that we didn't do that. I believe was the last, and that's the only time that, and I've only been 3 years maybe since then. But that's, that one for me is one of the biggest sticklers, is maybe, but I don't know that it meets the color of the intent.
Yeah, well, I mean, the fire chief was again, was satisfied with it and asked us to do it, and we did it.
Well, I think what he said is it may meet the requirement, but as far as practicality.
I was talking about Mr. Kimbrough.
Oh, right.
Mr. Kimbrough, the fire chief, actually met with us and met with
Fire Marshal
Mr. Rush, yes. So he was the one that had stated that. And again, developments on each side of this have a very similar situation. And in Tullahoma, where I think Macon Manor, I don't know how many lots are in there, but it's probably over 100 with one entrance and exit as well.
Yeah.
And the one on the other side is, I know it's got to be in the 70s with one entrance and exit. So it's not like we're doing something here that's not beside us either, as far as that. But we've added, the Stubb Street at the city request. We added the fire lane at city request because the concern there was if the entrance was blocked to the subdivision, then how would the fire truck get in if that entrance is blocked? So that's why the fire lane was put in, to come into I think the first 5 lots, to get around that and tie it into the mail kiosk, which also is a city requirement. So.
Right. Is it just that if the entrance is blocked, or is it the intent is?
It's just another ingress, egress, just in case the entrance is blocked. I would argue that, bring to the Planning Commission, Terra Estates and many other subdivisions only have one ingress and egress in the same exact.
Right, but we've talked many times about that Terra Estates and these other ones that only have one entrance being bad design and being poor safety.
Agreed. And that's why.
So I hate to continue, why continue that pattern when we recognize, it's been stated in this room that is a safety issue, and it shouldn't have been done in 1970.
I agree.
But when they did it in 1970, they didn't care about whether that was safe or not.
And that's supposed to address that issue in case something ever happens.
Yeah. That's where I'm at. If I've got to vote tonight, I'm a no. I don't believe it meets the safety requirement, the intent of the safety. But I do appreciate, it's not lost on me that effort has been made here.
And I want to go ahead and address Scott's comments. We did meet with, with Kenny, and then, of course, also Butch was there as well to actually address that upon lots 74 through 68. I just don't think Scott had actually seen the updated plat yet, since I sent it out Friday, so he may not have actually seen that yet.
Okay.
What was his comment about those lots?
Yeah, can you restate that?
So the stormwater that we discussed in a meeting last Wednesday hadn't been addressed. I just don't think Scott had actually seen the updated plat. So everything that we had addressed with Kenny Sadler had pretty much been done on this updated plat. I got this plat, Thursday evening, and I sent it out Friday. So he probably just hadn't seen the plat yet, and he was going off what we discussed.
Thank you.
And it's on his actual drawing, Mr. Perry. What he drew, he's got the Pond 4 located on there in that area. So Scott, he is aware that was addressed, and he put it on the.
I think it might have just been the way that he had said.
It might have. It was a point of concern with all of us again. Right. I don't want to do anything that's going to harm anyone downstream either. So It was a concern that we all had, and we added the pond there for that reason. And as far as the fire lane, I don't know what you'd have us do. We've done what the fire chief asked us to do, and so that's a tough one there. I don't.
Can you go further down? I know he commented he thought it was going to go further than it did. Can it go further down into the subdivision a little bit? I don't know how far did you expect it to go?
I think it goes 5 lots into, again.
4 lots.
Yeah, okay, it was on the 5th lot. I think it butts up to. But yes, it could go farther into the development. There's room for it to go in there, so it could go farther into the development. but we just did what we were asked to do.
What is this fire lane? Is it?
It's a 20-foot compacted stone fire lane. Yes,
It's
sir.
not just an easement, it does have.
No, it's an
some-
actual fire lane. So if that entrance was blocked, a fire truck could use that. It's a 20-foot.
As far as it goes.
Yes, that goes on into the subdivision in case the entrance was blocked there.
Can I add, excuse me, I'm not going to, but can I add,
Mr. Howard.
Excuse me.
You're recognized, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, we have been approved before for this fire. Basically, the same thing is going on in Ledford Mill, the subdivision we're putting in there right now. There's 120 lots. And we're basically doing the same thing on the fire lane there. We're just using the townhouses instead, extra driveway in the townhomes. So we have done this before. And I would just like to say to these residents out here, I feel all their concerns. I promise you I do. And I have never, I know they bring up the thing about property value, but we have got a situation in this subdivision where it is right in the center of this subdivision. It is open space. And you've got the most beautiful trees on both sides of this property, both backing up to all these neighbors except for one. And there's one neighbor that, I don't know who it is, that has cleared behind their home up to the property line. But other than that, we've left a 15-foot buffer that's going to be undisturbed around the outside, which is trees. We're not getting our drainage in there. And then my plan is to go in there in the very center of this with a 25-foot setback lot, and then you'll have about a 60-foot house or a 65-foot house that's going to sit on that lot. That's going to leave most of those trees there. And I just feel like that I've never hurt the value of anybody else's property. I would not do that. And I just don't think the neighbors really want some of these developers coming in that has no compassion for them or no understanding for them, or will bring in one of the national home builders. That's a beautiful piece of property. Bring in a national home builder instead of somebody that's local and let them just rape the land. So but I just really feel like I'm the best answer for them, best neighbor that they'll ever get. That's going to put in a subdivision, and it will be developed by someone. Not exactly who will do it if I don't do it. But I really feel like I'll be the best neighbor they can have for development, and it will be developed. Thank you.
Can you give us an idea of the square footage?
I have not put that in consideration yet, Mr. Comer, but what I know I will put in brick homes, and I know I'll put in hardy board. It won't be a cheap vinyl sided house, and I can put those things in restrictive covenants. I can put things in the restrictive covenants that they will like. I'm not going to make those commitments to this group tonight, but I can put things in to make myself a good neighbor in my restrictive covenants, and I will do that, Mr. Comer.
Would you be willing to bring that fire lane farther into the?
I'd be glad to bring that fire lane in. We're not going to talk about a 20-foot lane, but what's going to happen is those trees that I just discussed with you, when I pull that fire lane in there, they're going to tear down all the trees behind these folks' homes. So that fire lane is basically, like I said, you have approved it before, Mr. Berry, and it was on the project we're doing on Ledford Mill right now. Any other questions, please?
Is there any objection to doing like the fire code specified and adding automated sprinklers to some of those houses?
You know, that's about $7,000, the way I understand it, to do a home. But, you know, I really don't want to do that. I'd rather follow the fire code. I mean, this state-approved, whatever, 5 lots, or one, actually, it's only 1 lot, from my understanding. Is that correct, Charles?
I'll defer to fire on that because I do not know off the top of my head.
Okay. But I'm going beyond what I'm supposed to right now, I think. but I do not want to put sprinklers in. I do not want to do that. Thank y'all.
All right, hey, thank you, Mr. Howard.
I would like to think that road is going to be completed with or without the Anderson subdivision, Anderson property being developed, whether it remains farmland or whether it becomes a subdivision. I would still like to see that road cut through either to Carter Blake or to Grundy Street. And if there was some way that funds could be obtained to do that, I think it'd be a big benefit to transportation in Tullahoma.
I agree with you there, but...
He doesn't own that land, does he?
No, I mean, Mr. Howard doesn't own that land. It would be basically the city would have to obtain it and get in and take care of it, or expect the current owner of that land to develop it.
Nothing we can do here now.
Yeah.
I would just like to mention one more thing. The node, Mr. Comer, that's back there. That is not my idea. I do not want that node, but that's a requirement that this group has.
And also, if he didn't have that node, he wouldn't meet the connectivity score that's laid out in our zoning and subdivision. So that's actually required for him to actually pass that, and we've done that multiple times.
I really think the node system is a very bad system. I have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to get sewer and water back to the back of my property. And then all of a sudden I have to give a node to whomever's land is back there. I don't think that's a fair system that you asked me to do. I feel like I'm giving somebody $1 million. I've increased the value of their property millions of dollars. On the node system, connectivity program. All right, thank you.
I want to address the fire lane, because one thing that could be done, if that's the concern, is it could come farther in, and Mr. Howard, he's really wanting to leave as many of these trees as possible. But that could come farther in, and we could put a 15-foot buffer in between those properties to maintain existing vegetation there for the 15-foot, and then put the fire lane inside of that. So actually, it would be, 35 feet in. So that is something that we could do so that it wouldn't, take out that vegetation right adjacent to that property. And we could do that, and we could extend that in farther. We had just done the development as we were, asked to do, but we could bring that in farther and again, leave that buffer in there.
So you're talking about extending the fire lane and leaving the trees?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. We could leave a 15-foot buffer there, and we could bring that fire lane, into, whatever y'all suggested there as far as the 10 lots or whatever. I mean, it's...
I would think that it would need to come all the way. The concern's back here, right? How do you get back here? I would think it would need to come all the way at least to this split, so...
I was thinking...
because even if you move it here, you still have the exact same problem of access back here.
That's really a problem with the detention easement, though.
Yeah, because if you look at the detention...
You can't put that
but I mean, moving it up 10 doesn't address
the problem. You can go back to 20, but...
It makes it more connected than
I mean, it makes it more, but you still have no way of getting, if something happens in front of that, you have no way of getting it back other than driving through the Anderson Farms, a field.
You could also always draw a line, somewhere that you may not get. I don't know how big of an issue this is. Again, the fire chief asked us to do this, and we did it. So we addressed his concern, and if he doesn't know, I don't know who would. But we're willing to do more than that, is all I'm saying. I mean, we're talking about something here. We've done what the fire chief asked, and he's the guy that should have the requirement. And if that's not good enough, we're happy to try to do more. But the farther you go, the more you do hurt the neighbors, because Mr. Howard is not wanting to leave a minimum 15-foot. He's wanting to leave all he can leave for his development and their development. So I don't want us to do something that's going to hurt everybody in the process of trying to meet a requirement that we're making up that didn't come from the fire chief himself, because we've addressed the one that he asked us to do that was important to him. So I'd hate for us to take away from, fire marshal, I'm sorry. So I just hate for us to take away from the overall development and the vegetation that would have to come out, because of that.
Yeah, thank you.
We're really trying to protect the neighbors.
It's my understanding that fire lane is essentially in case there's a wreck at the, or
right.
something at the entrance of the thing.
That's correct.
If you're in there, then, you're, the probability of there being anything that needs is much, much less. I mean, the mitigation is at the high-speed road, and at the mouth.
When it first came to when it was first talked to me about being an issue, and I didn't realize it was an issue until this, we had an instance last year, a year before, where a tree or a couple trees went down.
We've had multiple trees.
Yeah, where it went, and I just heard about that. That is what brought it to my attention was it went down and we couldn't get to the back part where they're. Yeah, and so then all those people back there are waiting until we can get that tree removed, and that's a concern, whether it's fire, whether it's police, whether it's, maybe a tornado went through and I had a heart attack, and so that is the concern there.
Are there going to be any trees left on that road that would block it?
Yes, sir, that's what I'm saying. We could leave a 15-foot buffer.
I'm talking about on the main road.
On Short Springs.
No.
At the entrance.
Yeah, and
not at the entrance, anywhere along this line.
Is there a tree on the road?
Well, the way I look at the plan, that road is going to be pretty much clear of big trees that might fall on and block the road.
Right, but again, it was a concern to the fire chief, and we accommodated the concern. It was something he asked us to do, to have a secondary ingress for the fire trucks, and we wanted to do it. So, and again, there was something else that someone mentioned about the force main, the sewer force main. Of course, everything out there is on a pump system and ties into the force main from TUA. But the force main was moved away from the property line. That was pointed out. Someone made a good point on that was adjacent to those trees. We moved that out to the street so that it wouldn't take out trees in putting that force main in. So I wanted to address that as well. But we feel like we have done everything that we have been asked to do, and then more in addition to that, to accommodate this development and the surrounding development. We'd appreciate your consideration in that.
Thank you. That's been, all right. The motion on the floor for approval of the plot with staff comments. I'd like to get this wrapped up, but what?
Have we not already had that motion?
We have a motion, that's the motion we're discussing right now, approval with staff comments. Any additional, we talked about making a motion to postpone. Are we ready to vote?
What is the motion?
I would draw my motion to postpone.
All right. The motion is to, I'm on the wrong page, but it's essentially approve the preliminary plot. Staff recommends approval of the preliminary plot with the approval of the preliminary plot with staff comments. All right, we ready to vote? All right, I'm gonna call the question. All in favor of the approval of the preliminary plot of Short Springs? Yeah. This development, aye? Aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay. Opposed is nay. But
Nay.
So we got opposed from Mr. Sellers and Mr. Berry. We got affirmatives from Mr. Comer, Mr. Hall, and Mr. Rice and myself. Motion passes 4-2. All right.
Yes,
Couple minutes.
let's take a 5-minute recess, please. Thank you. Sorry, I was trying to wrap that up.
Barry, let's get moving here.
Thank you, by the way. All right, I'm gonna call the meeting back to order. All right, I'm gonna call the meeting back to order here. We are gonna pick up with new business. Let's see, we're at new business 8. Section B, planned unit development. These are public hearings again. The planned unit development, a planned mixed-use district creating 350 single-family lots, 326 townhome units, and 320 multifamily units on a 182-acre with commercial district located along North Jackson. The applicant is Beacon Acquisitions, LLC. I would like to invite the applicant to come forward and also appreciate your patience with the rest of this meeting, so thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us to present tonight. My name is Chris Rudd with Beacon Acquisitions. And we are here to present a development that we are calling Summerlin that is located along approximately just over 2,500 linear feet, about half a mile on Highway 41. It's the Stone Farm. And you're correct, it's in your tallies, it's about 182 acres in aggregate. We also have the Boyce property, or Boyce Mitchell property on the back of us leading to Ledford Mill. So there are basically 3 points of egress over 3 different product types effectively. There is a commercial parcel fronting Highway 41 on the southernmost portion, leading next into a multifamily component that is on, that's about 320 units on 24 acres. And then from there, as you move north, you have the next entrance into the residential subdivision portion, which is single-family homes and townhomes. This project is projected to be built over 6 phases that will probably take about 10 years. So this is not a project that will come to fruition overnight. This is a large project that will take quite some time to develop. It's pretty heavily amenitized. There's a significant stream buffer, green space area that we have left in the center of the property, along with some other dog parks and other green space areas within, totaling about 25 acres. We've also got a large pool, clubhouse, pickleball courts, walking trail network, pretty extensive amenity package. And that's all internal to the residential subdivision portion. As you move to the outside, the commercial portion, we are, I think we're allowing right now 3 to 4 acres for commercial, which will be, developed in parallel with some interest from hopefully a great restaurant or two, along with some other retail shops. With that, that's obviously a very fast, very brief introduction, but I'm happy to answer questions as the discussion continues.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The question for you, what phase is the multifamily retail? Is it going to be in the first phase?
First phase, yes.
What's the market rate?
So let's.
What is market rate multi?
It says 320 market rate multifamily.
Let's do this the right way. Thank you. At this time, thank you for your comments. Let's open the public hearing. Let's go through this. Let's do the proper process here. All right. This is a public hearing. Anyone from the citizens is welcome to come up and speak on this or ask questions and stuff, and we'll get them addressed. Anyway, I'll open the public hearing at this time. So anyone from the public would like to come forward, please do.
I'm
John Petsimus. I'm 388 Ledford Mill Road.
Thank you.
Now, before I get started, I'm not one of these guys that's not in my backyard type of thing. I've been living on Ledford Mill Road 23 years. I've been here over 30 years, just like Mr. Berry has, and my whole life is Tullahoma, and I'm going to die here, just like you will. I think my plot is next to yours. So I'm not in my backyard kind of guy. You didn't see my face here when they divided all the land coming up down Ledford Mill Road into 4 or 5 acres tracts. You didn't see my face here when they did the roller skate rink. You didn't see my face here when they did the bank. You didn't see my face when I did that subdivision, a big subdivision, 100 home, 120 home, because I think that's okay. Fine. Well, here, don't take offense at this, but this monstrosity, this hideous wart on Tullahoma's face that wants to become in has to be stopped. Market rate, what does that mean? I don't have a clue what that means. It could be HUD homes. HUD homes are really nice houses, right? If you're a HUD home. So we'll have another Dorset or Ada Farrell here. Why not? Let's have that. And as soon as you come to Tullahoma, welcome to the slum of Tullahoma. Here it is right here. There's no commitment to continue this the way it is right now. 326 townhomes on 20-foot wide lots. 20-foot wide is the length of a Suburban. That's how wide the lot is going to be for a home. Everything we talked about before, all the homes, the issues that my neighbors and friends have, your neighbors and friends have, multiply it, because you're only talking about 220 homes with all 3 projects before. This is 1,000 homes. The gentleman that talked about the schools, how many students, this is about 0.5, you're right, and it's going to be even higher with this, because the people that are going to come here are lower income type of people, younger people who maybe don't have as much money. So they're the ones most likely to have kids. People my age don't have kids. Most everybody's here age, don't have kids. That's why the variable of 0.25 per household is wrong in Tullahoma, and especially in this subdivision. So this subdivision at 0.5 with 500 students, plus 150 from the previous 3 subdivisions, 650 students for 3,200 students that Tullahoma has now, add another 650, so another 20% more. Tullahoma School, as was mentioned before, is short of teachers. What's going to happen with 600 more students? Who's going to pay for this? In some communities, the developer is required to pay for the additional cost of the schools. Are they going to do that? Mr. Berry mentioned correctly, the number 1 priority is safety. The fine officers, the fire officers that protect us here, how will they be able to provide us? She knows, I know, because of my line of my work and my extracurricular activities. I'm friends with Vice Squad detectives in Murfreesboro, police officers in Tullahoma, police officers in Shelbyville. Do you know that Shelbyville has MS-13 members right now, gangbangers? Do you know they're trying to come into Tullahoma? Only for the diligence of our teachers, our officers. We don't have them here. The more students in the school, more gangs there are. Rapes, assaults, gun possessions, knives. That's coming to Tullahoma. Since the 15 years that you've been in high school, the number of AP classes has gone down. The number of honors classes has gone down. Because as the population grows and comes in, well, guess what? It's the lower income folks who may not have the advantage of having better education, who you have to give English as a second language type of training. So the teachers that were given AP classes no longer can do that. They can't give the honors classes. They have to give remedial classes, so the quality of life, why you came here 30 years ago, while I came here, because of the school and the safety, will no longer be here. Tullahoma was ranked 35th most livable city, small city of its size in the United States, correct? Just recently. And that was based on what was going on before. What's going to happen now? This is not the rating that we're going to want for in terms of a quality of life. Next. In the very front office, as soon as you come in this building, there's a sign for Tennessee's Backroads Heritage Trail. Are you going to remove that coming up pretty soon? Because I think it sounds like you will, because you won't have that benefit that we have right now. Fire department, we're short-staffed on everything right now. What do you think is going to happen when you have apartment buildings 2-3 stories tall with 500 people in there? How are you going to be able to protect it? That's where the fire goes from house to house. We had a 1-hour talk about fire lanes, about homes that were separated. These are touching. Yes, there's a firewall, but they're touching. So which is going to have more of a problem? Let's go down Ledford Mill Road. If you've gone down Ledford Mill Road, I went out with a damn tape measure this weekend. The lines on the side of the road are painted on grass. You don't believe me? Go look at it. It's painted on grass, the lines on the side of the road, because there's no shoulders. I, more than anybody in this room, knows what Ledford Mill Road is on. I've been there 23 years. I drive at least twice a day, back and forth. That's 4 times. That's over 20,000 times I've driven Ledford Mill Road. Nobody could say what it's actually like. I see accidents at least once a month. I've seen cars flipped over. I've seen people die on Ledford Mill Road. There's a line on the side that's off the road. There is no shoulder. Every morning, there's trucks, dump trucks that come back and forth for the construction, and that's going to get even worse right now, where I literally have to move over to the side and stop to let them pass, because they don't fit in that damn lane. It's sticking out 1.5 to 2 feet on my oncoming lane. God's honest truth. My wife had to hit a mailbox because there's a truck coming at her right before High Point subdivision, where this entrance is going to be, on High Point subdivision. What's going to happen now with the new subdivision that's going there? What do you think the traffic going towards Lowe's is going to happen when that 100-home family homes is going to happen? What about the 18-wheelers that are going to the former roller skate? You know what that is right now, don't you? That's a depot for trucks. They go there to the roller skating ring and unload the trucks there, TKI and other people. It's a transfer station for 18-wheeler trucks who are making a dangerous turn coming around right down the road from this new proposed subdivision on Ledford Mill Road. So the road's going to have to be widened in Ledford Mill Road. Do we have the money in Tullahoma? Who's going to take care of the dang schools? Who's going to take care of everybody else? So right now you have an opportunity, because this is only for zoning. You have the right, as Mr. Warsham says, to think about the quality of life in Tullahoma and what's best for Tullahoma. Don't let the genie out of the bottle. Once you give a variance for them to be able to have the zoning change, you're screwed. Don't let the genie out of the bottle and allow this variance for the zoning. And again, for me, it's to my advantage financially to have them do what they're talking about, because of my line of work and my businesses I have in Tullahoma. I'll be making a lot of money if they come here. But I'm not talking about it for myself. I'm talking it for everybody involved and at my detriment. That's all I have to say. I'm sorry, but I'm very passionate about that.
All right, continue the public hearing. Anyone else from the public would like to speak on this?
Bird, 1562 Ledford Mill Road.
Can you repeat your name? I'm sorry.
Matthew Bird.
Okay, thank you.
I'm against this for 3 major reasons. The first being it's planned mixed use. 182 acres, 3 acres of that being commercial. I think it would be a better idea to have the 2 acres already designated as commercial and have roughly 179 acres become a planned residential. Planned residential would still allow for multifamily units according to the revised 2011 planning for Tullahoma. Number 2 would be the lot sizes. They're disproportionate to all other lots in the area. I'm literally going to be about 200 feet away from the development, and the lots over there are 4 to 8 acres. Across the road, it's 1 to 3 acres, I believe. And some of these are looking to be at 1/8 of an acre. We're on the edge of rural, and that is why we picked where we wanted to live. We wanted to kind of be away from the cram-packed-in cookie-cutter neighborhoods. And it feels like it's not moving that direction. I also noticed that the 6,000 square foot lot sizes falls below the minimum value of table TZ1 that was included, that is Tullahoma zoning ordinances, and the yard setbacks would also be underneath the minimum requirements there. With that, my neighbors, the Taylors and the Tootens, will be gaining 25 neighbors each because of their lots. Seems a little excessive. And the last one was actually addressed already, and that would be the time frame, 10 plus years, 250 students. That would be 20 students per grade. I don't know if these schools could handle 20 students per grade right now. In 10 years, that might change, but that, along with the roadways which were addressed, the mailbox that was taken out was actually my neighbor's mailbox. So, yeah, we understand that the roads aren't wide enough. There's a bridge on Ledford Mill Road that if I'm pulling a trailer, I have to stop to let oncoming traffic pass. Otherwise, I would probably hit someone. With that, I hope that the commission recommends no to the BOMA and have it swapped to a planned residential, larger lot sizes, and a delayed time frame. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hank Jordan, Director of Business, Tullahoma City Schools. Not really making a comment from the public, but just wanted to clear up, something on the school system. Just if we use an assumption of the 250 students added, and I know 10 years, it's hard to go that, but if we were from today and we're 10 years forward, based on our current numbers, it would be safe to say that we would be looking to the city to figure out how to financially help us make impact in additions to the Bel Air school system. So that's the statement I want to say.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask him a question? So these students would go to Bel Air, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes, Bel Air and then West Middle.
That's a long ways. Was there ever any consideration that we add a school out that direction?
Don't go there.
Huh? Don't go there? I'm too young in this. I don't know all these questions, but I'm curious.
No, I mean, you just said if this was what we were presented, we would be looking to make additions to Bel Air to handle the approximate, he was correct, our estimates, if you use the 0.25, would be about 20 students per grade, and at the point where they are today, if that was 20 extra students per grade came in, we would have to add on to the existing school to make their building capacity.
Whatever is in your gap, people will be phasing out the higher education, so there's that.
What do you say?
So over the 10-year gap, people will be moving up in grades and everything like that, so there is that to consider as well. It's not immediate thing.
It's not, they're not going to show up the next school year.
Yeah, I'm not going to show up immediately.
Okay, all right. Let's keep the public hearing going. Any other public comments? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. I'd like to give, let's start with Mr. Rush. Go ahead.
Thank you. Definitely is requesting being rezoned. That's what it's about tonight. It's a planned mixed use. Any kind of planned unit development, it's going to have multiple aspects, right? You're going to have single family, you're going to have multifamily, you're going to have apartments, you're going to have commercial. And that's pretty much what a planned unit development is. We're going to have 350 single family attached, 2-story homes on 50 big wide lots with 6,000 square foot minimum lot size. You're talking about roughly like R3 there. R3 is about 7,500. 326 townhomes, townhouses on 20-foot wide lots with 2,000 square foot, and 340 multi-family homes on 24 acres. Multi-family density 24 acres is about 1 million square feet, so it's about plus or minus 2,200 square feet, which aligns with R3 zoning for apartments. Your grand total density, you're going to have about 7.8 million square feet. If you divide that by 196, you're going to get pretty much almost 8,000 square feet per unit. Again, this lines with the comprehensive development plan that was adopted in 2011, recently by the Comprehensive Planning Development Committee and approved by the Board of Aldermen. It aligns with housing and community development goal number 2, provide significant housing opportunities to ensure location choice for all persons. Housing and community development goals, land use objectives number 2, encourage new residential development. Housing and community development goals, land use objective number 6, provide variety of housing types, including single-family, multifamily, group quarters, and mobile homes. Housing and community development goals, land use objective number 10, location and density of housing shall be a function of serviceability, proximity to active areas, access, and natural and land. Housing and community development goals, land use objective number 13, locate higher density residential development within the urban area forces within the city of Tullahoma. On on collector and arterial roads, most people are going to exit on Jackson. That is our main arterial road. And of course, the traffic study will be impending. If this is approved by the board and mayor, alderman, it will automatically trigger that because it will be TDOT because it's U.S. Highway agreement. Protection of persons and property owners, land use objective number 4, sites should be near a variety of uses to take advantage of minimum fire call response time, protective and other persons and property goals. Land use objective number 6, design residential, commercial, industrial, and other subdivisions to afford safe and convenient access to emergency vehicles. Protection of persons and property goals, land use objective number 8, fire ordinance to develop properties to connect or to extend central sewer services remain available. Transportation goal, land use objective number 11, assure adequate parking. The planning considerations, the following general considerations, planning concepts and other facts should be considered in the review of the application. The project falls, of course, under Article 9, planning and development. This is lower some of the many benefits of mixed-use development. I'm not going to do it all. Planning Commission has 2 actions here. All you're doing is taking the design standards that's laid out in this document of how we're going to build in the zoning entity is what you're deciding here tonight. You will either send a favorable or unfavorable recommendation. If you do choose to, have additional design requirements such as brick or whatever, you can ask that now because this is the time that you would ask that before there's a board mayor alderman. Staff recommends PC action number 1, which is send favorable. The future land use is zone R1. Currently it sits as agriculture.
All right, thank you. Any procedural questions, or should we move to the motion?
Just a procedural. So, say if it was approved tonight, and it goes to BOMA, and then theoretically they approve it, does anything ever come back to us, or is it just, this is it? That's what I'm done.
So this is just pretty much the rezoning. Pretty much the rezoning and just the design features, right, how it's going to be built. So they're going to be locked in at 996. They have about 3 acres of commercial, and then also how it's built, what, building material we're using. That's all it's getting this time tonight. It will come back to you in preliminary plat, and then it will go to construction internally to pretty much staff, and then it will come before you again in the final plat phase. So it's the regular plat requirements. Okay. So you will see this again.
When the preliminary plat comes back, what are our actionable items at that point? I've not been involved in one of these before. What things go on a preliminary plat? Does rubber stamping go on, or is there something else that?
It's kind of like what we did tonight with preliminary plats. We had Short Springs, of course.
But it falls under the regulations that we're currently having, like our subdivision regulations, all that we currently have, right?
Yep. And the covenants, or how they're going to take care of the land, all of that.
Does it fall under what's currently now, or once they file the preliminary plat, it's locked in? Or
I'm pretty sure it's locked in currently right now because we didn't actually go back and say, okay, hold on, we're going to rewrite something real fast and then this is going to require review. Since they've already actually requested this and it's ongoing progress, it would actually review how it is now. That's my understanding.
Can we look at that to make sure? I'm not saying that we're going to make changes to that. I know maybe we do, because I know that we do have a lot of discussions coming up. But a procedural question, being a PUD, we do have latitude here to make requests that we normally don't in a standard rezone, right? Correct. But still not crazy.
It's still not crazy enough.
But could we do things like, I know that it talked about phasing. Could we say, hey, this does need to be phased and we need to have some checkpoints along the way to make sure that our fire and our police and...
It does have requirements for the zoning ordinance for the phases to actually have a date on them
well as before you can go to the next phase, it needs to be signed off by police, fire, school. Can you do that type of thing?
Yes, that would be the preliminary plat.
Is each stage have a different preliminary plat, or is it going to be the whole development as a together?
So, again, this is just how it is right now. Yeah, it'll all be, what is it, how will you submit that actually? Will it be,
Typically, we would submit by phase, so plat by phase.
This is technically our first PUD. And actually, the last PUD we did was under old PUD regulations. This is the first one under the new one. Yeah.
So typically, the way it would work in most municipalities is that you would submit a preliminary plat per phase. So every phase would have a plat, and would go through that platting process, preliminary and then a final once complete.
But technically, we could say, I'm just throwing it out there, we could say, we want Grecian marble.
I hope you didn't.
We don't, but we could, because it's a PUD, right?
Design, yes, that's what it's.
So we can do design standards, and that's the difference between the PUDs and Euclidean, and why we prefer PUDs, because it does give us more latitude.
So at what point do we decide on those things?
So
Tonight.
So where is the actual, I would like to think that if there is design restrictions and what we're actually signing up for, like, I would like to think that there'd be some kind of like actual memo for record, so to say, of like what this actually is in this packet.
I think it's on
that here.
Wouldn't it be this?
So there,
frame and masonry and
included in there is the chart, and we went off of an older example, but that's the chart where we have attempted to most closely match another deal that was presented before you. We're not opposed to adding to that or modifying that. That would be fine.
I'm going to make a motion so that we can discuss it.
That's probably appropriate.
I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Favorable recommendation.
To send it, make a motion to send a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
Per staff comments.
With staff comments.
Well, with our comments.
We'll get there.
Second.
All right.
That way we can discuss.
Mr. Berry first.
I'm going to be 100% honest in that, I got this last week and I haven't had enough time to really, I have looked over what's here, right? But I haven't completely wrapped my head around. It's a huge project and I love it. And also though, we just revised the 2011 comprehensive plan and I was very anti the changes that were made in there that made this possible. And I was wrong, but the changes that the CDPC or CPD, whichever, the changes that they made in there are what pushed this type of development there and made this really possible, kind of in a way, by saying, hey, this is where we want this type of development. And so I was kind of wrong, and I'll eat that because I do think that this is where that does need to go. But it is an extremely large, and I want to hear from our department heads. We kind of heard from school. Maybe that doesn't have, I know they're here tonight, so we need to let them speak while they're here tonight, but I'm probably going to listen to what we do, and then I would maybe I know that we hate study sessions, but a study session just on this, specifically between now and next meeting for us to talk about, because it's 9 o'clock, and I'm sorry, but there's a lot here that I just haven't.
If we approve it tonight,
I ain't gonna approve it.
Done.
Yeah, I was just saying, I'm not approving it tonight. That's why I would say let's post, I'm not gonna deny. I'm not in a denial, but I'm not gonna approve.
we don't have two options. One's to vote to
postpone.
Favorable.
We can postpone.
So we can only vote favorable or unfavorable.
That's true. We can postpone.
We can postpone.
I didn't know that. I was going to ask for postponement, but I know.
Yeah.
Can I? Yeah, so, I studied this as soon as I found it and started looking at it. And I was going to make a motion to postpone until each department can provide an impact study on their budget for the addition of more than 1,000 units or almost 1,000 units to the city. And, look at the impact on schools, police, fire. I brought this up earlier in that, I don't know how this works, but, it seems to me like the way the larger cities are doing this is they're adding impact fees for large developments that are going to be significantly impacting, like to add schools and police cars and fire stations, because while the number of homes is great, and I think this is a perfect place for it, this is where it's on a main road, it's where it should be. My concern is that while land is being donated for a fire station, the city is still going to have to pay for a fire station. That's going to go against the current citizens. And this is where I think we need to study this a little bit more, because the revenue from this will only end up covering the ongoing operations. Maybe a little bit will go towards the debt, but I don't see that being the case. And if you tell me I'm wrong, because I'll be happy to hear that.
So we have already, I don't think my microphone is working either, but we've already commissioned a property tax study. So what we will have shortly, we're preparing, we'll present with all of you, it'll be public, but is a study on the impact, not only of the property tax, but on the increased sales tax, hotel motel tax, alcohol tax, all taxes associated with new residents coming in, which is I assure you, will be very impactful. So
is it enough to offset $2 to $4 million for a fire station?
Well, so one of the things that we have discussed one of the things we've discussed with the, and I want to get this right, but I believe the fire department representatives is donating land for a new fire station on this side of town, on the north end of town.
Right, but where would the payment come from for the fire station and the fire trucks? Where would that come from?
So we have some thoughts on that, but I think what you again, this is something that happens over time, and this is truly, whether this works in our favor or not, it is the cost of growth and development. When you grow, you have to add to your infrastructure. I mean, that is part of it. And so whether that is by way of impact fees to developers, which I'll caution you, with impact fees comes a pullback in something. I mean, it's all dollars and cents. And to address some of the conversation or some of the comments previously, our developments are higher end developments. We're projecting sales prices on our for sale units on our houses and townhomes between $400,000 and $600,000. Those are today's dollars. That's starting when we start. Our apartments market rate means higher end. It means not subsidized. It means not capital A affordable. It means not. I mean, it doesn't mean that they are unaffordable. It's just not affordable housing for capitalized purposes. So it means that it is prevailing market rate apartment units. And that's really without government subsidy. That's what we can build, because construction costs for all of us are relatively similar. They're very high, especially in the post-government environment. So what you're going to get effectively is higher priced homes. I mean, that's what we do. That's what we've done. We've done lots and lots of them. We build nice, higher priced homes. We're not opposed to architectural covenants, restrictions. Those will be built into our documents anyway. So that's all fine, and we're happy to talk about that. What we're not talking about is cheap, vinyl boxes that look like junk. I mean, that doesn't serve anybody well. And I think, we believe this is coming to Middle Tennessee as it continues. We see this in other developments. We have some big developments that we're starting down in Winchester. And we see folks moving out into more suburban areas because they prefer the way of life. But I think you also have people that prefer master planned communities. Master planned communities are by and large self-contained from an amenity standpoint. Doesn't mean that people aren't active residents and don't participate in the community. It just means there's a lot going on. HOA manages things. There's activities. There's programming. There's fun events. There's great stuff going on in the community. A lot of it's handled for you. We see an interesting mix from young folks to seniors. We see, sometimes the family mix is, some communities will be higher than others, but usually we see a fairly even distribution between age points, between young folks and seniors, which is great. Folks that move in as a renter, when they first come to town, or when they're, they come back from college or move away from their parents, they live there for a while, but maybe their parents moved in behind them, buy a house. They live there 5 years, then they move up to buy a house. And that's just sort of the progression. So again, when you look at it from all vantage points, schools in particular, though, what you don't have is this influx of everybody with a second grader on day one. I mean, it's a pretty even distribution, and it takes time to build it out. I mean, what we're not going to, it would only hurt us to overdo that product sitting on the ground that's unsold, and therefore drive prices down. We don't want to do that. It makes much more sense to work it in over time, to phase the horizontal infrastructure too, which is all the underground utilities and the roads, and then build the houses as the demand works its way through. And we underwrite our deals, this one in particular, to support that. So it's not a rush to the finish for us. It's all about building the right product, building quality product, having a good name, and getting through it little by little. So that's really our focus. Again, we're happy to discuss architectural covenants, really anything. But I think you'll be very pleased, and I think we'll have it in the next couple of weeks. You'll be very pleased, I suspect, with the tax analysis, because I think that it is very meaningful for a community to add that amount of property tax in that location. Be very meaningful from an economic standpoint.
Thank you. Is that typically?
That answered, a lot of questions about, I guess, I still would like to, I'm sort of for postponing this until we can hear as a board from the city, based on the tax analysis, how this is going to impact our city. I don't like going into this blind, and I feel like that's where we are. I feel like we don't have all the information that you have, and we're going on faith just to accept that, well, it'll be okay. That doesn't seem like we're doing the city justice if we don't do due diligence to look at this and see how it's going to impact, which is going to take a little bit of time. I'm not against this totally. I just want to see how it's going to impact and get input from our.
So this is typically, the mixed-use development model structure is typically got a very high return on investment on city tax basis. Unlike the R1 zoning that is basically a suck on city resources, this is actually providing money and funding towards the engine of the city budget, and that's pretty typical nationwide. And so I'm sure that his tax assessment will say very similar.
We're just going to go on faith that everything's okay for.
No, I don't think that we go on faith.
I know, I don't think
but
that
I do think that we do have staff here who's been here since 4:30. And so I would like to give them the opportunity, and I'm assuming this is why some of you have been here, was specifically for this. I would like to give them the opportunity to speak, but I am with you. We do need more research. But
From a fire department standpoint, just running some preliminary numbers, looking at the build out after this, with the population of this area, based on our current trends, this will add probably 100, 150 responses a year to our call volume. It is on the kind of the far northwestern part of our jurisdiction, so I would need to sit down and look at do some mapping and see how it's going to work with our deployment model and compared to where our stations are now, where future stations need to be. This may be in line with a location for a future station that we need to be moving toward. So I would need to look at a little bit of that, but you're looking at it probably another station and 15 personnel as a minimum, probably. I do like the gentleman did say, there has been some preliminary talks on potential assistance with facility and other infrastructure. So those continue.
if it turns out, look, a lot of our growth in general is in that northern sector of town, But if it turns out they're looking that, we do need something up there, but maybe that's not the optimal spot for a new fire department, that's something I would like to talk about, is maybe instead of donating that land, you donate what the value of that land would be to go towards another spot.
And then in my preliminary looking at it, with my mapping software that I use and things, this particular spot is not an optimum spot, but there is, within a half a mile probably would be a really good spot for a future facility, because then it gets more, what happens is it shifts everything from Avoca and its coverage area. If we were just move Station 2 to this area, it would shift everything toward the North Jackson, which does need more coverage, but then you create a bigger hole in the Avoca Lake, Riley Creek, Short Springs, that area. So, need to look at how that all builds out and fits into the overall plan of our deployment.
If we do got to add a new station, you said 15 people, equipment-wise, that would be something too, probably a new engine?
Probably a new engine, or kind of like what we got approved for the 900 Quint style apparatus. It's two pieces of equipment in one. And
that's pretty expensive.
It is, but when you spread that out over 20 years,
right,
it doesn't quite look as bad. And possibly, a rescue type vehicle to assist with things like that. But yeah, you're looking at a minimum of 15 personnel per station and at least one piece of apparatus.
Has there been any talks with the EMS director as well, as far as for ambulance, or is that a whole nother topic?
That's a whole nother line of discussion that would probably be better served for another day.
Okay, sounds good.
We're just going to turn our fire department into EMS as well.
You didn't hear that?
Now, don't we have widening plans on Ledford Mill Road? That's underway currently, correct?
Yeah, right now we're stuck on the bridge and the environmental, I'm pretty sure. I don't have Butch Taylor here to answer that, but that's my understanding is.
Yeah, so we are looking at that already.
The Ledford Mill Road, the way I see it, it's going to be kind of the back door. The front door is going to be on North Jackson. Yeah, and I look at this as something that's really going to be an asset to Tullahoma as we move forward. It's something that we need. We haven't been able to get developed so far. We need townhouses for our retired people that we want to stay here in Tullahoma. We need smaller houses and units like we're talking about here for people like the AEDC build up, the people that are going to be coming in here for that. And this is not going to happen overnight. It's going to be a gradual thing. It's going to be a build-up. And it's going to be like I say, they're not going to build houses and let them sit there and not be, it's going to have to go along with the community growth and the job growth. There's going to be some retirees that's going to want to live in there, but there's also going to be a lot of people that's going to need jobs. So we got to produce job development along with that. And there's going to be a huge revenue increase as this thing goes along down the road. I mean, it comes from all directions. And, this tax study that he's talking about, back on my experience on the industrial board for all those years, we used a TVA algorithm for determining the economic worth of some industry or something like that coming into town. This is the same thing. And it's not only the people that's going to live there, it's other jobs it's going to create in the community to serve those people. Even the school teachers and firemen that we're talking about. And so it's a healthy growth situation. And we're really not approving anything tonight. we're recommending a zoning change. Is all we're talking about doing tonight.
But this is our opportunity to make.
Yeah, but what's the downside of if it doesn't work out? What's the downside? What we got to ask ourselves the question, do we really want to rezone that property in order to facilitate that? That's the question that's before us tonight. And I think we do, and I don't really see any need to postpone it. It's going to take long enough anyway, because you got to have 2 readings at the city board. And I'm anxious to see this tax analysis that he's talking about too. But I don't know that it's worth delaying a rezoning process that takes a while anyway to happen. And we're going to have plenty of opportunity. As somebody said it, I think Mr. Barry said a minute ago, this type of development really gives us a whole lot more say-so into how the thing is developed over time than we would have with just a normal plat approval.
But that say-so is tonight, right? It comes with this vote.
No.
Yes.
All we're doing tonight is rezoning.
Tonight's the night.
Said before, is we have to make some of those decisions.
Because that all becomes, a PUD is, and correct me if I'm wrong, the difference between a PUD and a regular, they're both ordinances, but everything that we talk about becomes part of the restrictions we do or design things, that all becomes part of that ordinance, right?
Right. But that's not what we're approving.
That's what we're doing tonight.
No, we're not. We're not. We're doing a rezoning.
Yes, we are doing a rezoning, but we're also including the density level and how it's actually built, the material that's used tonight.
Yeah.
So that will not come back before you. You're approving it currently right now as it sits.
Right.
That's just the requirements of it.
I'm going to get to see it 2 more times. So, but you guys aren't. So, I'm going to have 2 more opportunities to make my.
Can you make any changes at the board?
At the BOMA, we can, correct? Yeah. So I'm going to have 2 more stabs at it.
And we can here too.
Yes, you can here too as well. You can make, as you approve it, you will make your additional comments and you will send that to the board of Mayor Alderman, and then they will also get the applicant, the version that they submitted, and then they will get the planning version that has actually got your approval, and then they will add any kind of requirements that they will upon that as well with public comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I've got a few comments of suggestions. How does that, do I need to do that now, or do we do something else first?
Yeah.
Oh, you want to hear from the other people?
Why don't we go through the rest of the people that are actually waiting on that stuff? Yes, thank you, Daniel. Appreciate everyone's patience tonight.
I know that Chief Williams has been anxiously awaiting all night.
This has been a very educational process for me this evening, so thankful to be here for sure.
You just know you don't like it anymore, right?
Yes, sir. My name's Jason Williams. I'm your Chief of Police here in Tullahoma. It's a pleasure to stand before you this evening, talk about some manpower and some other potential things. When we look at police, there's a lot of things that factor into our needs as far as manpower goes, but typically kind of the accepted equation that's come through the FBI and the Institute of Public Safety Administration is that you basically have about 2 officers. They actually say about 2.6 officers. I don't know how they get the 1/16 of an officer for every 1,000 residents. So that's kind of one of the things, that's kind of the formula that's accepted in the profession as far as like your manpower goes and able to serve and meet call volume and other things. Now, there's obviously other things that factor into that equation. Depending on probably the density of the community and the location of the community, there could be a lot of other things that factor into the needs. But just as a roundabout kind of accepted thing, it's accepted across through the FBI, the Department of Justice, and some other things, about 2.4, 2.6 officers for every 1,000 residents. So, and then with that, patrol vehicles, equipment, all that kind of good stuff. So
we could safely say 3 to 4 with everything we talked about tonight?
Yes, sir, just depending, yeah, but somewhere in that. If everything went through and, we had that many additional residents in the community, yes, sir.
But you do realize that how much we pay for SROs, so you've got an idea.
Good luck getting cars.
You can have an idea of how much that was. So, four is going to be about, with benefits and pay, you're looking about $70,000 to $80,000 per employee, and then you have to equip them with all their equipment and a car. So you're looking at $120,000 to $150,000 per person that we hire.
We have a projected growth rate at Tullahoma anyway. I assume we're planning on the out years of that. Is this actually accelerating the growth rate?
I think our planned growth rate was what, still around 1.5, 1.6, right?
Pretty sure it's 1.6 off my top of my head right now.
That's our projected.
Yeah, so over the next 10 years, this is going to happen anyway.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Unless Anderson Farms does what to do.
It'd be nice, it'd be real nice.
I don't know about that.
That's my only real complaint about this one, is that it's way out here. And it'd be really nice if it was here, where you don't have to drive to school and stuff, because you're talking about a lot of extra traffic and stuff, but you're talking about multiple trips a day. Anyway, Mr. Sellers.
Question for you, where are we on your figure of 2.6 per, where are we at currently as far as our police staff relative to the current population?
We're at that point.
Okay.
We're actually a little bit above that with the addition of the SROs.
Okay.
I don't know, they really won't factor much into that equation though, because they're stationed at a school daily, so they're not responding to calls like patrol is and some of the other shifts. So, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you all.
All right, thank you. Thanks for your patience. Who else is here to speak on behalf of these city boards?
I sent Public Works home, I apologize.
No, that's fine.
Mr. Sellers beforehand. But of course, with Public Works, you're going to have another garbage truck to take care of the garbage. You'll have to have new containers. There'll be some initial cost in that as well. We'll probably have to have a few more employees to drive that fire truck, that garbage truck. So there's a lot of concern to that. And then, of course, anything we talk about, all these egresses, things that we have to take care of, they'll have to have people that will be able to take care of that as well. Parks and Recreation, I didn't ask them to come. But again, of course, we have to provide parks and recreation for all of our citizens within our community. So there is going to be some cost to all this. I would like to see the tax analysis and what they feel like we're going to be bringing in. That would help us to better facilitate that, what that change would be. But like you said, it is over a 10-year period. So this initial will be a little slower. It'll start out. And we won't get all that tax right at the beginning either, so we'll have to figure out what that does. My biggest concern is infrastructure with fire stations, adding extra police officers, adding extra public works people. Those are all going to be a cost. Yeah, the taxes are going to get us a lot more money, but we're also going to be spending a lot more money. This year, we went ahead and passed our budget without a tax increase, and that's some of the things I worry about in the future is when are we going to have to do a tax increase? We figured out a way to do it this year. We've got a balanced budget, and we're able to move some funds around, and we didn't have to do a tax increase, but we did add 7 additional SROs to our budget this year that we were not budgeting beforehand. So those are all things that we need to think about as a community and continue to moving forward and continuing to do a steady, slow growth of the community. Something that's planned. We just make sure that we're planning it and we're able to take care of our citizens, because that's what we are. We are a service to our citizens.
So something that I think might be a worthy comparison here would be like, if there's market for this, there's market for, these people are going to come here anyway, so we can kind of assume that growth is going to happen somewhere. What's the tax impact versus the single-family residential that we've been developing out every chance we get versus this? So that would be a nice balancing point. Like if we're going to put in however many, 1,000 single-family residents, what's the impact there versus, because I mean, there's, you know, I think that's the comparison I'm looking for.
But I think though, if we don't build a place for people to live, then we're not going to just inherently see that growth, right? So they may want to move here, but if we don't give them somewhere to go. But I think that kind of goes back to what you said. It's part of the reason that we are in a money crunch is our property tax revenue has, leveled out. Even with the biggest real estate boom in some of these assessments that we've seen in the past 2 years, I mean, it's kind of embarrassing, Tullahoma. Manchester saw 4.7%, not population increase, but real property tax revenue growth. Rural county saw around 3.7. Tullahoma saw like 1.6. And you can't, our sales tax went up, but living off of sales tax revenue is a dangerous game because you don't know. That's a roller coaster ride. And so we have gotten into we approved 200 and something lots, but we only built like 32 new homes, something like that. I mean, and you can't survive off of, because just like everyone else, the cost of employees has gone up, the cost of equipment for fire has gone up, the cost of fuel has gone up. All of our costs, just because we're a municipality doesn't mean our costs go stale, right, and level out. Our cost to run this customer service business has gone, but the way that we pay for it hasn't gone up. And so, I think that's part of something that when we look at some of this is, eventually, this is the first budget that I've been a part of where it was like, there were rumblings of, if not this year raising that property tax, it's coming. And, one way or another, the city is going to have that revenue. You can spread that revenue out over 100 people, or you can spread that revenue out over 300 people. But one way or another, we are going to have that revenue, or we're going to start cutting things. And, so I like the thought of, looking at the Anderson Farms, when that came back as a Euclidean rezone, that was the worst case scenario for me, right? Because we don't get a ton of, I know that there is some leverage there, but there's not as much, right? And for me, that was the worst case scenario. A PUD is a better case scenario for us because we do get to say things like, you're going to do it in these phases, and it's got to meet some of these requirements. Or, we can say we want terracotta roofs and Grecian marble base, we wouldn't do that, but we can make some of those type demands, where on the others, maybe we can, maybe we can't. There's mixed feelings on some of that, right? And so I love this. And contrary to where I was a month and a half ago, saying we don't need to waste our Jackson Street real estate on living, because we only have so much of that real estate out there. This is perfect, I think, for that. But I also would like to see first that tax study, just so that we do have some kind of a basis, and I can go back to the residents and say, you just rough it, 990-something units, that's going to bring over probably 1.2 million, if not more. If you're talking $400,000 homes, that's probably 1.5 to 1.7 million a year in taxes. Then you count the sales tax revenue for those people. I mean, this has the potential to bring in probably 2, 3, 4 million, I'm just guessing, revenue a year into the city of Tullahoma. And so that's a big deal. But I'd like to have a piece of paper that says that. And I'd also like the opportunity to do a little bit more research into, and maybe that comes with the board, more discussions, or not the board, but the commission, because I'm going to get a chance to do this again. So, but I'd rather do it here first to talk about, let's look at these. Let's look at this. Let's really digest it. Let's really find out what kind of leeway we have based off of the revenues and what scheduling types of things we can do. So that would be my once everybody's done talking, that will be my recommendation, is let's postpone, let's set a study session after we've received that tax study, so that we have that we can look at, but then in the meantime, let's each kind of, if we need questions on what a PUD, because I don't want to cut anybody off, so I don't want to make that motion until everybody's done.
Can I ask the developer one question? So, I looked at this. I have seen some big developments in Cookeville that look really great. And one of the things that I noticed here is that the multifamily units, and well, almost all are either masonry and or cementous fiber. The developments I've seen and this is going to be right at the entrance to Tullahoma. So I guess one of my requests would have been, if we do that, whatever we do here, would be that those multifamily dwellings and the townhomes that are out where people are seeing as they come in would be brick as opposed to that, just because that's what people are going to see when they come into town.
Sure.
The ones I've seen up in Cookeville, they're just amazing. I mean, it's like, I've never seen anything like it. It's just like, it's gorgeous. And they're just a row after row, but they didn't just set them in a row side by side. They have them canted, and it just looks great.
Sure.
So that's something I would like to see. And then in the single-family dwellings, a mix of framing and brick, something like that, to not just be all the same thing.
100%. And that's we already have that. We created that restriction upon ourselves already, and it's already in there to be all brick.
It would be, if you have it where you've done developments like that, it would really, really helpful if we could get some images of what those, not just close-ups of the houses, but picture what this is going to look like. And a lot of people in Tullahoma would say, well, that doesn't look that bad. And you get more buy-in. Okay, so I just suggest that to you, because I think this is the appropriate place to put it. I'm not sure about the densities. I haven't had enough time to grasp that in about how that's going to work. I know we've heard some comments, maybe in these areas that border up to these people's houses, you could put, have buffer that's trees to hide, to give them privacy and still have what you want on this side, that kind of thing.
And this is gated, right? The multifamily is gated. The main spine road is not. So the other roads are anticipated to be open in public, but the multifamily will be gated. To your point on screening, no problem. We do that as a standard anyway. So, privacy fences and evergreen screening is a standard. So, sure, that's only being a good neighbor. So we have no problem with that whatsoever. Another point that just in listening to city services talk a little bit, when you have, like, for the multifamily, for instance, those are all sprinklered units. So, when you're talking about fire services, not that you need less. I mean, you still have a concentration of people living there, but they are all sprinklered new construction units that are built to current code. So there are certain advantages to, again, from a city services standpoint, and I'm not one to have all those calculations in my head, but I can tell you, though, that there are definitely some savings to be had with this type of development over spreading it all over, all over one side of town. So there's inherent savings there, and I think the report will speak to that some.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make a motion to postpone. Let me ask this first. With the plats, we've got 60 days. With the rezones, do we have that 60-day? I don't hope it doesn't take 60 days, but I also want to, what's the timeline on this?
I'll yield to Mr. Rush, but I don't think there is one. I mean, the subdivision restrictions and the approval and the plat approval is something that's a state statute to define that. But this, since we're internal, I don't think that.
Yeah, I don't think there actually is one.
So I'm going to make a motion that we postpone this until such time as we have received the tax study and have scheduled a study session. It doesn't have to be after a meeting. It could be in between. I would rather do it on its own until we've had that study session, and would ask that the developers come, and it would be polite for us to send questions ahead of time to get them semi-prepared. until such times we've had that study session.
Motion to postpone.
Question real quick. Do you have ETA on the tax stuff?
Probably 2 weeks out, I would say.
Okay.
To maybe help expedite it a little bit, just to.
Motion to postpone until we schedule a study session. The study session will be scheduled after we receive the tax report.
Yep.
Well, we also have information from the city. Well, should we ask them to all of us be together so that rather than them waiting? I mean, that's.
Yeah, I would request. Well, the only people we haven't heard from are Public Works and Parks and Rec.
I mean, they want to see this tax study too, so I'd like to hear their input.
They're going to see it before we do.
Yeah.
All right, motion to postpone. Do I have a second?
I would like to see this tax study, but I can get everybody's input and put it in a document for y'all.
That'd be better.
I could come to that study session so that everybody.
Rather, yes, that
sounds good.
Sounds good.
That's a bang up job there.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we got a motion to postpone, a second from Mr. Rice. All right, all in favor of postponement? Aye. Opposed? All right, motion passes for postpone, 6-0.
Thank you for coming.
All right, thank you.
Very good information, I really appreciate it.
Thanks for everyone's time. Let's.
Circulate it's called an economic impact report. We'll circulate it as soon as we have it.
Okay, yeah, if you get it to Mr. Rush, he'll get it to the rest of us. Thank you.
Now we still got the rest.
All right, let's see, but yeah, I don't think we'll. All right, moving on, agenda item 8C. Zoning map amendment public hearing. Request to rezone the property from 809 East Warren Street from the general commercial C2 zoning district to the neighborhood commercial C3 zoning district. Applicant is Mr. Rodney Hall. I appreciate your patience, sir. Thank you.
I'm Rodney Hall. I just want to get that property rezoned where I could build apartments on it. The Warren Street address and the Lauderdale Street address.
All right, thank you. All right.
Two of them?
It's a public hearing.
Two of them, right?
They're back to back, but
Yeah,
they're back to back.
Can we just go ahead and treat them both at one time?
No. All right, public hearing. I'll open the public hearing if anyone in the public wants to speak on this. Seeing none, we'll close public hearing. Mr. Rush, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Production, please.
Here till 2:30.
The applicant wants to rezone 409 East Warren Street from general commercial C2 to C3 neighborhood commercial district. The area proposed to rezone is approximately 1.4 acres. The property has frontage on East Warren, which is a local road. The C3 zoning district allows for residential use while the same time allowing for commercial use as a recommendation in the development corridor section of the comprehensive plan. Currently, as it sits right now, it is zoned C2. With the future land use map, it is zoned R2 residential. You can kind of see it there with the arrow.
Hang on.
So it technically aligns.
Let's get that
Mr. Pearson,
door there if you don't mind.
Can we close the door?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it currently sits C2, future land use is R2, so it kind of borders that neighborhood and commercial, so it makes sense to have C3. Of course, it's just recently been adopted in December by the Planning Commission, so staff recommends to approve.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rush. All right, motion? Motion to recommend to the favorable recommendation, Mr. Berry? Second. Mr. Sellers, any discussion on this? I think it's a good thing. Anything else? All right, I'll call the vote. All in favor of sending a favorable recommendation? Aye? Aye. Opposed? All right, 6-0. And that's Barry and Sellers, right? All right, next one, zoning map amendment 277 request. Request to rezone the property along East Lauderdale Street from general commercial C2 district to neighborhood commercial C3 district. Applicant is Mr. Rodney Hall. Mr. Rodney Hall, you're recognized again. Is it the same thing? Okay. That's probably. All right, excellent, thank you. All right, this is public hearing. I'll open the public hearing for anyone that wants to talk. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mr. Rush.
Yes, current zoning right now is for C2, future land use has it as R2, so it would make sense for that to actually be a C3 zoning since it's a buffer between them both. Staff recommends to send a favorable recommendation to Board Mayor Alden.
All right, thank you. Motion for Mr. Berry. Second? Second from Mr. Comer. All right, any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, motion passes 6-0. Motion by Barry. And second from Comer. All right, zoning text amendment. This is the one that I was kind of hoping to get to tonight. Zoning text amendment 234. Staff was instructed per BOZA meeting on 7/17 to address the issues with home occupancy. Being a variance request that is permitted in the residential districts of R1, staff has made changes to the zoning ordinance to referring to the home occupation that do not meet the requirements of section 601. Home occupancy can now be brought in front of the Board of Zoning Appeals to determine if the use should be permitted within a residential district. This is again a public hearing, so I will, well, let's start with the staff report. Okay. It's our own.
Yeah, it's our own, what is it, last Board of Board of Zoning Appeals. I was instructed to actually make home occupation something that came before the board. If it didn't actually make the home occupation, I've added that. So anything that doesn't meet those requirements will come before y'all to make the rule. Staff recommends to send a favorable for the text. Okay. Mayor Alden.
All right, this is a public hearing. No public. So I will open and close the public hearing. Anyway, a motion, Mr. Berry, second from Mr. Rice. Good job. This is actually, I read that, I was like, that's a clever way to do it, and I think that'll meet the intent.
Is this going to help that lady that was threatening?
That's the intention, yes.
Okay.
And that was
Didn't
my...
say anything about parking, so I was wondering if there was...
No, because what actually I think the intention of this is that she doesn't meet the occupancy, she doesn't meet the 601 requirements, so she can come forth before the board and just state her case, and we can, each one of those will be on its own merit. It's not a variance. We can just say that this meets. Okay. And I think that's exactly what we want. I think it's good. It'll help her out, and I really wanted to get to this tonight, so I appreciate everyone's getting, because I wanted to make sure that she could get this into the BOZA or the BOMA, and then maybe in September we'll see that. So, any other comments?
One quick, when it does come, when one of those does come to us, are we able to say, like to the effect of, we're okay with it, but you need to get the signatures of the people around you, your neighbors?
Yes, you can make the requirements for that at the time, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, just like what she did, she got her surrounding property owners.
Right.
And so she would submit that to you guys, and then y'all would make y'all's approval, and then if you required that, you would just postpone it to the next planning commission meeting, and then she could present that again if she did.
Is that something that, because I'm assuming this needs, it's always going to go to staff first. Is that something that, as a general rule, we could say, or no? Is it better to, because I hate, if we could cut out a meeting, or you could just advise them, hey, they're
I'll advise them and then kind of, just give them some guidance to where, the correct process and kind of make a form along with it. I'll do that, and I can present that back to you guys if y'all would like.
I love it, but if all their neighbors hated it, then...
Well, I think, it definitely needs to be an impact of it, and I think that, it's, and that's the nuance that we can decide with this thing. So, anyway,
Thank you, Ron.
What else? Sure. We're good? All right. Yeah, we're about to vote. Okay. All right. All in favor? Aye. Sending a recommendation to the BOMA. Aye. Opposed? All right, 6-0, motion passes. Favorable recommendations, Boza. Appreciate everyone's time tonight. This is very long. I think we need to, in the study session, I think we need to think about what our drop dead times are.
Yeah, that was a big agenda.
Kenny, thank you. Thank you, Charles, for getting the